The teams are as follows. Firstly for Yorkshire, Adam Lyeth, Finn Bean, Shan Masood, Joe Root, Harry Brooke, Matthew Revis, Johnny Tattersall, Don Bess, Matthew Fisher, Ben Code and Daniel Moriarty. And for Glamorgan, Billy Root, Eddie Byron, Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson, Colin Ingram, Chris Cook, Tom Bevan, James Harris, Mason Crane, Jamie McElroy and Mir Hamza. The umpires are Ian Blackwell and Mark Newell, and your scorers are John Potter and Andrew Hickman. Shan Masood leading out Yorkshire.
Good morning, welcome along from Headingley for the final day of Yorkshire versus Glamorgan. Nick Webb and myself, Jonathan Doidge of BBC Radio's Wales and Leeds and the Yorkshire stations respectively, and Nasser Hanif is our third voice once again. And the situation, well, Glamorgan closed on 171 for 3 after a day where we got more overs than we'd bargained for. 6:30 finish prompt, 60 overs bowled so far in this Glamorgan second innings. Sam Northeast not out on 46, Colin Ingram not out on 43. They trail by 127 runs. So Yorkshire, well, obviously if they can take 7 more wickets before Glamorgan knock off those 127, they'll win by an innings. If they don't, then they could have a score to chase that, who knows, could set the pulse racing a little bit later on in the day. Glamorgan, it's there for them to bat well. They've just had the heavy roller on. We've had sunny skies so far this morning, although it's still bright, but now cloudy. And it's played well throughout, barring those deliveries that have dropped into the footmarks and the follow-throughs of the respective bowlers at either end. And we've seen some of those turn sharply. You'd expect Yorkshire to go heavy on the spin front once again. Moriarty and Best taking the lead, but Joe Root as well, no doubt chipping in. And the news on Matthew Fisher, well, from what I can gauge, he was, I think we saw yesterday that there was an ankle issue when he tried to field a ball. He didn't come back out after tea, and I think there's a hope that they can get him out there on the field at some point today. However, I'll counter that by saying I didn't see him out in the pre-day warm-ups, so make of that what you will. Morning, Nick.
Very good morning. Yeah, slightly overcast at the moment. Glamorgan unlikely, I think, to get much, if any, help from the weather. Met Office reckons we're clear till 5-6 o'clock. BBC forecast is slightly more dubious about this afternoon, but really Glamorgan have to assume that they'll have to bat out, well, the 96 overs or a good proportion of those if they get their noses in front.
George Hill has been sent out to sub-field, so Matthew Fisher hasn't taken the field as expected, having not warmed up. And Don Best then, first over of the final day from this Kirkstall Lane end, bowling to Sam Northeast. He's just getting a slight leading edge on that out towards point. Ben Code coming into field from there. Joe Root has disappeared out to the east side boundary. He's sweeping cover to the right-hander. Revis at mid-off, Masood mid-on, straight mid-wicket Harry Brook. Finley Bean under the helmet at short leg as Northeast props forward to a second delivery of the morning. Lythe at slip. Moriarty is backward of square leg, about 45 degrees or so. And George Hill, as I mentioned, is out sweeping in front of square, a couple of strides in from the boundary rope. As Bess is in again, bowling his off spin, and Northeast pats back. So, warmest day of the season so far, I don't think there's any doubt about that, with just short sleeve shirt on here in the, but even Nick is down to the one layer as Bess comes in. Oh, Northeast trying to whip that into the leg side, did not get a good contact on it, and it trickles towards Harry Brook. No run.
Yes, there's even a slight hint of mugginess in the air, it's so warm.
We've even got the window open for the first time this season. Here's Bess. Ooh, Northeast again, not playing that one entirely comfortably. A little bit of the leading edge about it again. Tattersall with the gloves on, out from behind the stumps to make the pickup. One to come in the over. Best just checks and goes back to the start of his run-up. And final ball of the over. The solid forward defensive push, so score remains the same. Just 1 over fewer to come in the match. And a positive start for Glamorgan then, in that they've managed to get through that first over without any further wickets added.
With due respect, I think Glamorgan are looking to these two and Chris Cook, who's in next, to occupy a large part of the day. Relatively inexperienced Tom Bevan in only his 3rd championship match. James Harris, Mason Crane, Jamie McIlroy, Mir Hamza, the lower order, But these two, obviously, men of immense experience, Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram, with Chris Cook to come. He's capable of batting out a day if necessary, but these are tricky conditions for Glamorgan with this pitch that's effectively a sixth day pitch. As Moriarty starts from the football stand, the Howard stand end, and starts with a dot ball as Ingram plays it to backward point. And there is no run. Dr. Hignell, the Glamorgan scorer and archivist, has been thumbing through his records as Moriarty bowls, and Ingram plays it gently out on the offside, fielded by the bowler. It's only the third 5-wicket haul by a Glamorgan leg spinner on record in the county championship. Mason Crane yesterday, as Ingram knocks that one on the leg side, and it beats the short mid-wicket. Fielded by Hill, the sub coming in off the boundary, and that is the first run of the day, 172 for 3. I guess the previous one, Robin Hobbs, in 1981 against Essex at Colchester. I didn't know that, I just said probably Robin Hobbs. And before that, Cyril Smart against Somerset in 1939. Obviously the records are not entirely comprehensive on the early years as to bowlers' styles, as Northeast turns another ball from Dan Moriarty, who is definitely slow left arm. But probably only the third time that it's happened in Glamorgan history that a leg spinner has got a 5 for in county championship cricket.
Could have told you it was Cyril. You should have asked.
Northeast pushes forward, defends out on the offside, and there is no run. So
Old Smarty.
Smarty. Yeah, a name of some repute in Glamorgan's early days. As Moriarty bowls and Northeast playing it off the pitch to Bess at point. There is no run. The second over of the day is through with just 1 run added to the overnight total, and Glamorgan trail by 126. And we're in one of these positions where overs ticking by is important for Glamorgan, but of course getting ahead is important for Glamorgan as well, so that Yorkshire, if Glamorgan are bowled out, do have something to chase, and Glamorgan can do their best to frustrate them in any potential fourth innings of this game.
Yeah, so Ingram, who felt more the aggressor of the pair, he's behind Northeast by a couple of runs on the board. He's on strike then. And he's going to face Don Bess here from the Kirkstall Lane end, being under the lid at short leg and lithe at slip. And an almost Yorker length delivery. First up, dug out with a puff of dust by Colin Ingram. They have men backward square on both sides of the wicket, plus a cover sweeper, George Hill and Joe Root out at mid-wicket. Shan Masood at mid-off, fielding this one, which was a full toss driven straight at him. Ingram might feel like he's missed out a little on his first run of the day there. Out there for over an hour and a half of batting in the match in this innings so far. Turns that latest best delivery back to the bowler, just to the onside of straight. Lovely morning. It is the horizon is clear, the view quite often a little bit murky and grey as Ingram pushes back to Bess once again, but we can see, well, as far as the eye can from up here out into the distance. Down to the south and east is the city, several cranes, plus the Dalek, Bridgewater Place, as Bess is in again. That's pushed back to him once more in his follow through.
Dalek?
Yeah, just poking its head up over the top of the stand. If you see it in full, it's got kind of a Dalek shape to it. It expands as it goes, as it gets lower from the top. Bess in again, and that's pushed out into the offside by Ingram. And again, there's no run. So 3 overs in, no runs added. 1 run added, I should say. 126 Now Glamorgan trail by with North East on 46 and Ingram on 44. It's just a few of us sad locals call it the Darling.
Do you have to add your own sink plunger for the bit sticking out the top? 172 for 3, as was the umpires having a look at the ball, I suspect. 63 overs old. Messrs Newell and Blackwell, presumably asked by Yorkshire to inspect it. It's one of those unusual days, as Dr. Headingley remarks, when Glamorgan first 11, Glamorgan second 11, and the Wales National Counties side are all in action at the same time. And the Glamorgan second 11 are playing Warwickshire at the Little Edgbaston ground. Will Smale, who we saw on a subfielder here yesterday, is opening the batting for Glamorgan 2s today. And he's opening against Craig Miles for Warwickshire, who played in the first game of the season for Glamorgan on loan, but was then recalled by Warwickshire because of injuries. Wales National Counties are playing against Shropshire at Elwy Grove Park, and hoping for better fortunes than yesterday when they got stuffed, I think is the technical term, by Oxfordshire twice. Busy bank holiday weekend then for Welsh cricketers, as Moriarty starts a new over and North East sweeps, and it is fielded, parried rather, by Bess at a shortish fine leg. The ball bounced away from him and they went through for a single. But obviously Yorkshire looking for the potential top edge, because they've got Bess at short fine leg for the left-hander Colin Ingram, who's defending this one into the offside, and Johnny Tats is out from behind the stumps to field. So there's Lythe at slip, Bean under the lid at short leg, as Ingram drives and gets a really thick inside edge. Who's looking to play that one straight, and it ended up scooting down to Bean at short fine leg, to Bass at short fine leg.
Yeah, he just got a bit carried away with the bottom hand, didn't he?
Scuffed it very badly. As Moriarty bowls, Ingram pushes it into the offside this time. Not even the alert Tattersall can prevent Glamorgan from taking a single to cover, because there is no single saving cover. There's a sweeper was out on the boundary away to our right in front of the open western terrace for the left-handed Ingram. He's also there for North East, which is rather odd in a cover position, as North East turns the next one gently on the leg side. 174 for 3, just 3 singles garnered so far this morning. Welcome along if you're just joining us on a bank holiday Monday. Moriarty bowls and North East plays this one to short leg. Bean blocks it, and for fans of Finlay Bean, I think your chat is up with him on the BBC WYS Twitter account, and no doubt other social media bits and pieces.
Yep. Yeah, at BBC WIS. Listen to what Finlay had to say. It was it's obviously a notorious score, isn't it, here on this ground? 173. I remember dashing up from a shift I was working, I think it was Team Talk at the time, to see the last session when Mark Butcher got his 173, standing over behind the side of the old pavilion away to our left, when England won that Ashes test against the Aussies. Rarities, of course, in those days. First ball of the Bess over is just pushed back by Colin Ingram. So a couple of famous 173s on this ground now, as in comes Bess again, and dropped out into the offside, this delivery by Ingram to Harry Brook. Bess turning again. Floats another one up, and Ingram solid in defence. As a reasonable crowd in again, maybe not as many as we saw yesterday, although there are some, I can see some people inside just behind the glass over in the long room, but still pretty reasonable. Might be a few more turn up as the day goes on. Best getting a bit of turn there. Ball angled in from round the wicket, and Ingram watchful in defence.
The last 2 days is the first time this season when you can say it's pleasant watching cricket.
Yeah. Which is a shame, isn't it, as we get... That's the back half of the 5th match of the season. Here's Bess. And punched square. George Hill coming in off the boundary to return that to Johnny Tattersall's gloves. Well, of a fashion. Tattersall almost landing on the wickets and just getting one hand to it. 1 run. And 1 ball left in the 65th over of this Glamorgan second innings. North East back on strike. Best switching to over the wicket. And North East defending. So 5 overs have flown by already in 14 minutes this morning, and Glamorgan have added just the 4 runs to their overnight 1-7-1 for 3.
Well, Yorkshire are certainly giving themselves every chance, aren't they? Bowling 4 overs on top of the day's allocation last night, which we finished the allocated, what was it, 102 overs for the day, effectively, with the change in innings. So we saw 106 overs bowled yesterday, which is the must be among the most in recent years in the county championship. Certainly not something I can recall too often, anyone getting extra overs in, but we have seen such a lot of spin bowled during this match, which, remember, has been played on effectively for 2.5 days in the Derbyshire game last weekend, and around about 2.5 days, maybe a touch more, with the extra overs over this game. So it's into its 6th day. That's popped up on the leg side by Ingram, but he gets away with it.
But it probably actually, from the angle where it looked worse, didn't it? Because I could fair see your heart in your mouth there. But it was safe. But yeah, aerial. At first, it kind of looked like it might be just looping up, didn't it, for somebody to catch? Maybe Johnny Tattersall.
Had there been a silly mid on, he might have been in business. But it was well wide. Short leg, single taken, North East on strike, and he pushes forward and defends on the leg side, and there is no run. So judgments having to be made all the time by these experienced batters. When do they risk trying to play attacking shots? And North East plays a nice sedate drive through the covers. It's fielded by the sweeper on the cover boundary, and they go through for a single. I can understand having a man on the boundary, the mid-wicket boundary, for Ingram, as Ingram is back on his stumps defending, but I'm not quite sure why they're bothering with a deep cover for North East, because he's not going to get caught on the boundary at cover. And getting wickets is what Yorkshire need, you know. Surely he ought to be up in the ring or used as an extra attacking fielder. As Ingram pushes forward on the offside, fielded by Joe Root. No run, but then it's an easy game to captain from up here. Rather less so in the middle. As Ingram is stepping across and shouldering arms through to Johnny Tattersall. Well, the over 8 not on the board at the moment, but it must be pretty positive as far as Yorkshire are concerned. It's a shame they can't put a few of those overs in the bank and carry them over for the next match if they have to bowl more seam.
Clearly Glamorgan would have won 30-odd county championships had you been given the captaincy.
Oh dear. 3 is the total in Glamorgan's history, and no, I've never captained a side in my life, so treat my prognostications with a fair degree of
I loved it, I've got to say. I loved captaining. Did it for quite a few seasons here and there. Also carries its issues, that it always does. But great when you're out there in the field. Here's Bess bowling to northeast, and that is flicked along the deck to Harry Brook.
Well, at club level, it's the easy part once you start the game with 11 players, isn't it? It's the getting the right 11 players to turn up at the right time.
Can you get 11 players? Bess is in and rocking back, punching that one out to the sweeping Joe Root at cover. Northeast picks up a single.
Yeah, on the morning of a match, you dread every ring or ping of the phone.
Answer the phone. I didn't get that call. Sorry, you got to turn up.
Don't look at the texts. Sorry, didn't get it. Oh, can you bring a mate along? We'll pick you up on the roundabout.
Here's Bess in. Ooh. Goes past the outside edge of Ingram's bat to the gloves of Tattersall, not so far away. Too wide, actually, to challenge the stumps on that occasion, for those who have the benefit of a replay. Here's Bess full and flicked into the leg side by Ingram. Root round to do the fielding. Yeah, it is curious that they're persisting with the 2 wide men. Wonder what their reasoning behind that is. 119 runs still to play with, as Bess is in and northeast turns that one to Brook at mid-wicket. Fairly quiet this morning out there at pitch level. Fax Mike certainly not picking up very much, as Bess, final ball of the over, is blocked once again by northeast. Let's just turn up the FX mic and see what's going on. Yeah, not a lot.
More likely to catch the drinks orders or the lunch orders from the members down beneath us, I think. Bess fired that ball at Harry Brook for some reason after picking it up from the last ball of the over, just to make sure Brook was awake, I think. One of the England batters alongside Joe Root, playing a good chunk of this opening block of the season, which is always good to see. As Moriarty is in to bowl, Ingram back on his stumps defending, and there's no run. Just 2 other county championship matches still in progress, and they lose that one loosely because it's a delayed start at Lord's, so it's been raining this morning. Moriarty bowls, Ingram defends. Middlesex 407 for 8, 101 runs ahead of Leicestershire, but any chance of pushing on and trying to put some pressure on the Foxes seem to be disappearing with the weather down south. Ingram pushes forward and defends again, so that leaves just the match in Division 1 between Lancashire and Kent, where Kent are 87 for 1 in their second innings, needing only another 77 runs to win, with Compton and Bell-Drummond well set. Ingram pushes that one past short leg, thinks about a single. Dom Bess makes sure that he can't get one. Zach Crawley, the man, out for 1, but Kent on their way to victory. And, well, I realise that the thinking is that you give teams a rest somewhere near the middle of this block, as Ingram is beaten by that one, pushing forward outside off stump. Tattersall takes off the off bail just in case, and that one turned quite appreciably. Ingram was playing well inside it, but almost got the edge, as Ingram knocks that one away on the leg side, but cannons off bean, and there is no run. 179 for 3 then. Progress glacial for Glamorgan this morning. Don't think we've had more than a single yet at a time, have we?
No.
179 for 3, 8 singles added in the course of 23 minutes so far. It does seem a shame that so many sides were not scheduled to play over what is a bank holiday weekend. One might have thought that this is one weekend where you'd have everyone in action.
Yeah, a bit of a head scratcher. Maybe they'll just want to watch the World Snooker Championship final.
Could be. Yeah, Jack Jones coming back into it against Kyron Wilson, but losing the last one last night after leaving Wilson requiring a snooker at one point. Wilson battling away to lead, maintain his lead, 11-6. Dom Bess is pointing at an errant member of the crowd, steward, someone behind the bowler's arm.
Well, northeast waits then, and Bess. Stride in and then stride back. Here he comes again, then northeast whipping off the legs. Good piece of fielding by Harry Brook, tumbling to his right. And if Dom Bess did wake him up at the end of his previous over, he certainly remains awake on the evidence of that. Puts the shades back in place. No run. Here's Bess again. And this one this time turned off the legs. And they look at each other, two batters, and say, go on then, we'll have a run. Ben Code not able to cut off the single. And that's Sam Northeast's half century. And it has taken him 140 deliveries, 161 minutes, and included 6 fours. But it's not so much the how many, it's also probably equally the how long. That 161 minutes out there really is helping his team. Well played to him as Ingram rocks back to the latest best delivery. And that is punched backward of point.
Whee!
And they're back for 2, and 2 in 2 balls. Colin Ingram, 50, 121 balls in his case, and 116 minutes, and 7 fours. The pair of them came together when the score was on 93. And doing a sterling job in keeping Glamorgan in this match at the moment, as Bess is in again, and swept by Ingram round the corner. Moriarty doing the fielding straight to him.
25 minutes for the first non-single of the morning, so round 2.
Bess in again, and this time it looked like he tried to apply a little bit of overspin on that. Ingram up to the task. Bess in again. Ingram sweeps once more, hands in the air, but he did get back contact round the corner to Moriarty. End of the over. 182 for 3. Colin Ingram's 35th first class half century to go with 19 tons.
Well, he's passed the 50 mark in every game this season. 132, 30 and 51, 82 and 11 not out, 48 and 50 not out at the moment, and this does bode serious questions as to what Glamorgan are going to do in 2 matches' time when Marnus Labuschagne rocks up and says, can I have a game please? Do they play 2 overseas batters if Mir Hamza really is struggling for wickets? On the other hand, have they got any experience that they can put in the bowling attack if they were to leave Mir Hamza out again?
Northeast, by the way, 64th first class 50 to go with 30 hundreds.
Including 1 treble 100 and 1 quadruple 100. But it's another delay in play. Is this another query of the ball? Glamorgan will be quite happy to waste a little bit of time because Yorkshire are rattling through these overs and they're going to get a lot more in than the schedule. But it is a check of the ball. Yorkshire hoping for a switch. Got the gauge out. Dan Moriarty does not look entirely happy. He looks entirely disgruntled, in fact. He's holding the ball up to the umpire, saying, do you expect me to bowl with that? And the umpire's saying, yeah, well, it's round, it's a bit battered, so what? It's 69 overs old. You've got another 11 overs before you can have a new one, which at this rate will be shortly after 12 o'clock. 20 overs into the day, but there we are. All interruptions welcome from the Welsh point of view, I guess. And if just shows that Yorkshire are starting to get a bit frustrated. These two coming together in the 32nd over when Kieran Carlson was very unluckily run out off the shin of Joe Root, and some smart thinking by Johnny Tattersall. So Northeast prepares to settle again, and Moriarty is in to bowl with the tattered old ball and bowls a full toss that is swept away for the first boundary of the morning by Sam Northeast. He moves to 54 and it's 186 for 3. As an obliging member of the crowd lobs the ball back to the nearest fielder. 186 for 3. Northeast has 54. The deficit is still 112. Moriarty bowls. Northeast sweeps again. This time he'll just get the single down to fine leg. 187 for 3.
Yorkshire having to be patient, as are their supporters. I wonder if there are any concerns about the fact that we're in half an hour with a lot of overs, 9 already bowled, and haven't really looked like taking a wicket yet.
Moriarty, left arm, tall spin, and Ingram turns that one into the offside. Revis comes across at point and fields. A little bit of waving from Brook. I think that signal was we need an extra helmet on the field. Moriarty bowls, Ingram pushes forward, defends to cover.
I don't know, I think he's giving that signal, can you bring on some wickets please? We need a few more either side of the ones that are set, so we've got more chance of taking some.
Moriarty bowls to Ingram, who drives gently on the leg side. Brook half intercepts it. Picked up by Code. That's mid on. 187 for 3. Glamorgan adding 16 runs in the first half an hour. As Ingram belts one through the offside for 4. Just a little bit more flight for Moriarty, whose disgruntlement looks to be on the increase at the moment. 191 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online, 107 in arrears. And change of commentator, we'll bring in Nasser Hanif to join Jonathan Doidge for the next half hour.
10 overs gone in 32 minutes, they've just now ticked over. That was cricket when I first started playing it way back in the juniors, when you used to get through your overs quickly. Good to see. Jonathan says to the Glamorgan commentator, glad to see Jack Jones make a bit of a fight back in Sheffield to keep the Welsh flag flying. Quite the physical ordeal, having played at the preliminary rounds too. Thanks, Jonathan. It's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at Sporting Lives 1. Bess is in and bowling to Northeast. First ball from this Kirkstall Lane end of the over. Turned to Masood at mid-on, and there is no run. Yorkshire lad says, bring on Tats. His leggies will get the breakthrough that Yorkshire need. Bess is in and rocking back. Northeast cuts this to the incoming route from the east side boundary. Fires that one in over the top. And Johnny Tattersall, if he was a basketball player, Tats, his hang time would be pretty good, because he often takes off and seems to be there for a while as he waits for the ball to reach the gloves. Not quite sure his height would be ideal. Get him a pair of step ladders. Could be in the NBA. As Bess is in, that's pushed into the offside by Ingram and fielded by Harry Brook. Good morning, Nasser.
Good morning to you, Jonathan. Yeah, Yorkshire in dire need of wickets this morning.
Bess very wide on the crease and has been slog swept for 4 runs. No sweeper out there at the moment. Root had been brought up to mid-wicket. So Glamorgan now beginning to get going. Only 102 behind, still 7 wickets remaining. Complexion, is it changing? Here's Bess. Floats one up, and Ingram opens the face, runs it out to Code at backward point. Well, wicket could change everything, obviously. A couple of quick ones. But at the moment, all-out effort. Bess comes in close to the stumps and fires this one in quickly, but unfortunately for him, it was wide, and Ingram wasn't for being interested in playing at it. End of the over then, 71 now complete, 11 this morning in 34 minutes. 103 run, 4th wicket partnership with that boundary, 58 of them to Ingram, 43 of them to North East. And I said it before this morning, I'll say it again, doing a sterling job as far as Glamorgan are concerned, because they're reducing the deficit, taking time out of the game, and Yorkshire so far haven't looked like taking a wicket.
Yeah, Glamorgan certainly having the best of the moments this morning. Colin Ingram, a few scoring shots in that last over from Moriarty. And Moriarty was in discussion with the umpire at the beginning of the over. Maybe that got to him a little bit. And a few fours in that over as Moriarty's going to ready himself and come in and bowl again. And this time he's going to bowl to Sam North East. This one just trickled down the leg side. And there's going to be no single there. So yeah, Yorkshire desperately in need of a wicket. One will perhaps bring 2. That's the hope, certainly, for Yorkshire supporters this morning. So Moriarty in again, and this time again played towards the leg side, and this time the batsman will cross over for another single as Glamorgan approached the 200 mark. Very valuable partnership here between these two in the context of the game. Score now 197 for 3. And it's going to be Colin Ingram now facing up to Dan Moriarty. This next one just pushed out in front of him, and there's going to be no run there. Yeah, Yorkshire going to have to do something here. Moriarty in again. This one played uppishly towards the onside, but no chance of a catch there for any of the close-in fielders.
You wonder when the effect of the heavy roller will have worn off. That was used before play started. Nearly 40 minutes into the day now.
It's going to be Sam North East now, facing up to Dan Moriarty. This next one just left alone. Batsman allowing the ball to hit his pad. It's Moriarty in again. This time just trickled out, half an appeal. But no real urgency in any of that appeal. And the end of the over, and Glamorgan 198 for 3, Sam North East 57, Colin Ingram 59. These two both looking very comfortable at this stage of the game.
Yeah, Best going to continue. Yorkshire do, of course, have the option of Joe Root bowling his off spin. Harry Brooks just having an off spin loosener as well to Matthew Revis. There is Revis himself, and of course Ben Code. They may both have a blast with a new ball fairly soon, we'll see. Harry Brook has bowled a few dibbly-dobblies in his time on a bit of off-spin, as I said, at Bristol earlier in the season. I think that was just 1 over. Might have been 2. Best first ball of the over to Ingram, just turned into the onside and fielded by the bowler. Here he's coming in again. And Ingram pushing to Brook. So no Matthew Fisher out there. Won't have the benefit of his skills with a new ball, if taken. And the way they've been complaining about this one, as we've seen another dot wide of off stump, you would think that they'll want to get their hands on something different. Best wide on the crease, slants one down the leg side. That's beaten, I think, everything and everybody, and bounces over the boundary rope. No, it didn't actually. It clipped Colin Ingram's pad and is a leg, 4-leg byes. 198 for 3.
Certainly watching the first 40 minutes or so of this game this morning, no real threat coming from these spinners at all, apart from the odd one maybe.
Yeah, 4 wickets apiece in the first innings, and on a day 6 pitch now, not a lot happening for either of them. As Bess is in again, and Ingram just pushing forward back to the bowler once more. Ring of fielders in the offside, 3 of them pretty tight on 1-stroke catches. Bess is in again, and final ball of the over is dropped into the offside once more by Ingram, who's on 59. Northeast 57, partnership 109. It's 202 for 3. 96 behind Glamorgan. First drinks run of the day by Yorkshire physio Ed to Don Bess. Further discussion between Root, Masood and Moriarty seems to take place at the end of each over. Moriarty is going to continue at the Howard stand end.
They've just got to be patient here. Very tricky little period this for Yorkshire. If they can just grab one of these two, it will really help the cause. Just one false shot from one of these two batsmen could do the trick. And it's going to be Moriarty in again. First ball, new over, and that one left alone. And appeals for a catch in the slip, but
it's a new rule.
Ambitious.
If you pad it off and it goes aerial and somebody catches it, you're out, I'm afraid.
Ambitious, to say the less. Adam Lythe in the slip cordon, picking up catching the ball. But yeah. It's Moriarty in again from the Howard stand end. Bowls his next delivery and left alone again, allowing the ball to hit his pad. Sam Northeast. Of course, Glamorgan in no rush, no hurry. It's Yorkshire who've got to really move the game along. It's Moriarty again, and this one again played off his pads towards the leg side by Sam Northeast. He'll pick up another single and take the score on to 203 for 3. And Sam Northeast will move on to 58. Colin Ingram 59. So healthy scores for both these two batsmen. It's Moriarty, and again this one pushed out. Attempted push by the batsman. And the ball just passing the outside of the bat and going through to Tattersall, but no real danger there. It's Moriarty in again. This one again just pushed out in front of an oohs and ahs from the fielders behind Tattersall and company, but this time it's just played into the ground by Colin Ingram. Sometimes the ball, when you play it into the ground, perhaps can come back and hit the stumps, but no such luck for Yorkshire. It's Moriarty in again, and this one played uppishly and appeals again, half-hearted. Again, claps from some of the Yorkshire crowd, cheers, but nothing doing really.
That's what they want to see, isn't it? I mean, there's just been a fairly quiet feel to the whole thing in the first 43 minutes of play. Struggling to get batters to play false shots, get much out of the pitch. So those last 2 or 3 deliveries, just a bit more of a feeling of up about the field inside, and they'll want to maintain that. And it's just those sorts of things, isn't it? You don't have to go excessive, but just keeps the batters thinking as well. They're feeling a bit more confident here. Dan Moriarty spoke to us on day 1 about creating a bit of theatre out there when he got the wicket of Billy Root just before, or right on the lunch break. If you can do it in 1 over, you can do it in more. 203 for 3. Shan Masood having a chat with Don Bess, with perhaps some suggestions, instructions before this over. Probably more likely to be the former than the latter. Bess over the wicket, northeast, pushing forward, no run. Slight change in the setup because Finlay Bean's gone back in under the helmet at short leg. Adam Lyth still at slip, Masood at mid-on, Brook mid-wicket. Jordan Thompson is now on the field by the looks of things, backward of square leg, as northeast solid block to this latest delivery. George Hill still out somewhere down Kirkstall Lane nearly, mid-wicket. At the backward point, Joe Root is way over towards the east stand on the boundary at cover, as another dot turned into the hands of Finlay Bean on the bounce, and Matthew Revis is there down to our left at mid-off. Bess fires this one in more quickly, slanted across the right-handed northeast, goes down, having made contact I think with his pad. Thompson round to field. Son back out. In that respect, batting conditions as good as they've been in the match so far, as Bess is in again, rocking back northeast. Just plays that into a big gap square on the offside, and we'll pick up a single. Bess just switching back to round the wicket to the left-hander. Bean steps back a few strides. About 3.5 strips away, very square on, but still hoping to get a catch by the look of his stance as Bess ran in. And that was the end of the over, a little nudge into the leg side. So partnership is Nelson. Those of a superstitious nature as a Glamorgan supporter might be just keeping the fingers crossed that the board will click over again, but there's been no alarms of any great sort. There was the shot that Ingram dropped on in the previous Moriarty over that bounced up at the side of the stumps, and another shot that he played that was a little bit loopy into the offside, and really the only 2 that you can think of where there was any thought of nerves for the visitors. So they've got through 15 overs, Yorkshire, in 47 minutes this morning, firing through them, but despite the number of deliveries bowled, the number of chances created remains 0.
Yeah, it's going to be Moriarty again to see if he can make a vital and important breakthrough. First ball, brand new over, pushed out, defended by Sam Northeast, picked up in the slips by Adam Lyth. No further additions to the score. As in comes Moriarty again, and this next one played back to the bowler. It's going to really test Shan Masood's captaincy as well. I mean, does he change? How soon will he have to change things? Perhaps maybe give Joe Root a go. So Dan Moriarty comes in again. This next ball, left well alone, allows the ball to hit his pad. And then you've got the new ball as well. So lots of decisions to make. as Dan Moriarty. And again, this one again just pushed out by Sam Northeast, and there's no further additions to the score. Moriarty, this one square, cut by Sam Northeast, and they'll pick up another single. Further addition to the score, 205 now for 3. Sam Northeast has gone on to 60, Colin Ingram 59. As Jonathan mentioned, a lull, sort of lull in the game, which is probably not helping Yorkshire in any shape or form. Anyway at all, as Dan Moriarty comes in again, this one again played towards the leg side. There's going to be no run there. Even the crowd have gone pretty silent.
Yep, they came hoping, maybe expecting wickets, but it's just not easy to take them at Headingley these days. And, as I say, when the overheads are with you, and I think they very definitely are with the batting side today, as they were yesterday, when Yorkshire were in as well, they benefited. So, are we going to see a change here? It looks like Joe Root is going to have a first crack of the day from the Kirkstall Lane end. Off spin for Joe, of course. Just like off spin for Don Best. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16 for Joe so far in this Glamorgan second innings. So there's all those things to take into account. Although the pitch, clearly, it's got to be significantly more worn than it was at the start of last week's match against Derbyshire. Same pitch, just to re-emphasise that. Well worn towards the periphery. But if you're bowling wicket to wicket, it's clearly holding up very well and not doing very much. Root wide on the crease then. First ball is to Northeast, who flicks it round the corner. Ben Code is in position there. They've gone, or Root's gone with a slip, a leg slip, a short leg. The man round the corner, Code. Bess has gone in at mid-wicket. Hill's still out sweeping mid-wicket boundary. Masood at mid-on, Revis at mid-off. Second ball tentatively dropped into the leg side. No run. Adam Lyons starts to wing around the right arm at slip. So we may see, just for a couple of overs, see if Golden Arm can do his stuff. They've also got a sweeper, by the way, square on the boundary edge over on the east side. Root's latest delivery thrown down the leg side and ignored by Northeast. Root in again, and Northeast again flicking to leg, fielded at short leg. It's Harry Brook who's gone from mid-wicket to leg slip here under the helmet. Finley Bean continues to stand at Boot Hill. And Root in and bowling, and that's flicked away by Northeast out to cow corner, but wasn't a cow shot. Played it nicely along the deck all the way. George Hill making good ground to field, but they've got through for 3. Is it the pitch? Is it the ball they've been complaining about this morning? There's certainly a feeling of maybe slight disgruntlement, dissatisfaction out there in the field. Just like we'd all feel, I suppose, after 53 minutes and not having looked like taking a wicket. Here is Root, and then going back foot. Ingram just nudges that one into the leg side and will pick up 1. So 60 to him. Partnership now 116. And so far this morning, in 17 overs of play, Glamorgan have moved from 171 for 3 to 209 for the loss of the same number of wickets and trail by 89 runs.
I guess there was a sense of expectation perhaps amongst the Yorkshire bowlers that they maybe come in this morning and just maybe take out a few this morning. few wickets this morning and then get into the tail enders, but it's not quite happened for them. And that's certainly going to add to the pressure facing some of these bowlers. And I think it looks like Dom Bess is going to change ends. So Joe Root just used there to see if this can make a difference. Dom Bess now bowling from the Howard stand end. In he comes, first ball, just played out again towards the offside, just past the slip area, second slip, no run there.
Immediately we get a break because Root wants to chat with Masood and Bess about what they might want to do here. And he's going to switch.
Over the wicket, maybe?
Yep.
And we're going to get another close-in fielder, I think, by the looks of things.
Lots of pointing going on from Shah Masood to describe what's happening out there, as there is as well from Joe Root, who wants George Hill to come around from mid-wicket to square leg. He wants Dan Moriarty to come off the boundary, and he's bringing him in to cover to the left-handed Ingram. He's also left. There was a moment of signalling as well out to Matthew Revis by the looks of things. He's at third man down by the northeast stand scoreboard. Root still gesticulating, as is now Masood.
Looks like Finlay Bean has gone in as well, close in on the leg side.
So George Hill's just been moved further behind square.
And it's after all that, it's Dom Bess in again, and this time just pushed out into the offside. So after all of that, just a quiet moment there for Colin Ingram. It's Dom Bess in again. This one again just pushed out into the offside by Colin Ingram. The left-hander, South African, looked very good. Dom Bess. This one again pushed to the leg side past the close-in fielder. In comes Bess. Again, just nudged down past the sort of leg slip area. No further runs there for Colin Ingram. It's Dom Bess again, and this time it is paddled round by Colin Ingram. That's going to go straight to the boundary past fine sort of leg slip area past the wicketkeeper, and 4 more runs at the end of the over. Glamorgan 213 for 3, Sam Northeast 63, Colin Ingram 64. So Glamorgan certainly keeping up amongst the runs. Colin Ingram playing his shots where he can, and no real further joy for Yorkshire. No joy at all for Yorkshire this morning, in fact.
And Root going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. Bit of a punch of gloves from the two batters out there. They'll be pleased as punch at the moment that they've got through almost an hour of play without any serious alarms. And moving on nicely. Still a fair way from being in front, and as you've got to say, with cricket, a couple of wickets changes things quite considerably. So they've still got a lot of concentrating, a lot of batting to do just yet. But Yorkshire struggling to find a breakthrough. First ball of the over by Root was just turned to the feet of Finlay Bean. No run. Only 11 more deliveries, and a second new ball can be taken if Yorkshire want to do that. There's a full length, almost lob by Root, and flicked off his legs by Northeast. Timed it nicely out to George Hill, sweeping mid-wicket. So they get a single. Encouragement from Adam Lyth at slip. Finley Bean steps back a few strides. And it's going to be Don Bess who comes into play with this latest delivery, which was thrown up wide by Root and almost stabbed into the offside there really by Ingram. Root turns again, rapid fire through his over, another full delivery. Nicely played again, trying to get it up above the eye line, trying to tempt Colin Ingram into a shot that might not quite come off for him. Already seen one lobbed up in the air in the match. Ingram pushing forward to this latest Root delivery. Joe with his hands on his knees. Dot ball. Last ball of the over. Here he comes again. And Ingram over the top of it with another solid block. 19 overs bowled in the first hour. Make a note in your diaries. Time for me to nip out at 214 for 3. I'll leave it with Nasser and Nick. And Adam Lyth, while we're waiting for him to change over, is going to come on from the Howard stand end for a dose of his occasional off spin. But he has been known to come on and get wickets, as we saw at Bristol not so long ago. Welcome back, Nick.
Playing Fair Cricket Annual, are you watching? Lyth off spin. Change it for next year, please. So, the fourth spinner tried by Yorkshire. Expect to see plenty of Moriarty and Bess, and the sight of Root is reasonably regular. This not quite so much as Lyth bowls to northeast, who drives back to the bowler. Will it be a one-over experiment, I suspect, because this is the 80th over of the innings. Yorkshire seamer down with Matt Fisher not on the field, as that one is dinked by northeast into the ground to short leg. Just worth a throw of the dice, I suppose, for Shan Masood, just to break things up, give Glamorgan someone else to think about, who they may not have seen bowl that much, if at all. Lyth is in to bowl, and northeast works it into a big gap in the offside. Why is that cover sweeper there? I still don't get it. He moves to 65, Ingram has 64, 215 for 3, 83 runs behind. So just the one slip, Joe Root, as Lyth comes round the wicket, the left-handed Colin Ingram, the South African veteran, who allows that one to turn away from the bat and into the gloves of Johnny Tattersall. I've been doing some research into the unfamiliar names with Glamorgan's second 11 today, as Lyth bowls and Ingram defends, and have discovered that one of them is actually from Leeds, a lad called Harris Sullivan, who played in the One-Day Cup for Yorkshire a couple of years ago. So he's a slow left armer. There's a couple of guest seamers, Matt Burton from Wiltshire, Ollie Hurd from Somerset, as Lyth bowls, and forward pushes Ingram. There's a yelp of excitement from Lyth. He thought he'd taken the wicket, but Tattersall did whip the bails off, but Ingram was firmly at home, as he has a towel down and prepares to face the rigours of the new ball. Well, Glamorgan have withstood the first hour, but they'll have to withstand, you would at least think they'd have to bat for a further 3, if not 4 more hours to make this match safe.
Yeah, Nick, that's about as exciting as it got for Yorkshire this morning. Perhaps the loudest cheers of the morning so far.
So, what can Code and Revis do with this new ball?
Yep.
will the newer ball help the spinners at all with a bit of extra hardness and bounce?
You certainly like to think so. I mean, those complaints that we heard from earlier on in the morning, Dan Moriarty was looking at that ball rather suspiciously, wasn't he? And he was showing it to the umpire.
I've never seen anyone appeal for quite so long for a change of the ball. He's holding up. Do you seriously expect me to bowl with this?
But
yes, we do.
Yeah, the umpire was having none of it. So now it's left to Ben Code now to see if he can make a breakthrough. Went for quite a few runs actually in his first session, 29 runs off his 5 overs.
Yeah, that was when they had 4 attacking fielders though, and there, so plenty of gaps. Revis has only bowled the 3 overs, so he should be reasonably fresh. And if you are just joining us, no Matt Fisher, who appeared to damage something in the ankle area last night, and they were hopeful they might get him out there at some point today, but we've seen the sub George Hill on from the start.
Certainly what this will do is pose different questions for both Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram, and it's going to be Sam Northeast who's going to be facing up to Ben Code for this first ball of a brand new over, and this pushed out in front of him towards long on, and there's going to be no run.
So just 34 runs scored in 20 overs off the spinners this morning. Yes, 20 overs, and it is 12:05.
Key thing from a Glamorgan perspective, no more further loss of wickets as Ben Code comes in, Kirkstall Road end. This one again pushed to leg side. Oohs and ahs from the slip cordon, but no real threat in that last delivery. Came off the face of the bat.
Glamorgan were hopeful that the heavy roller would do its work and have an effect on the wicket this morning. And you get the feeling the faster bowlers are going to have to work hard and not rely on any help necessarily from the pitch at the moment.
As Ben Code comes in again, this next delivery is flicked down leg side, and that's going to race away for 4 runs to Sam Northeast. Beautifully flicked off his pads, further runs, and Ben Code just getting his line just a bit off there, going down leg side.
Yeah, it's a free hit really for Northeast. No close fielders at the moment on the leg side. So any danger would have been a leading edge, but managed to glance it away pretty comfortably.
Yeah, there's 2 slips in there for Yorkshire. See if they can get the edge. As Code comes in again. This next delivery played out in front of him by Sam Northeast.
Strange really, because if Glamorgan were to get out of this match with a draw somehow, it would feel a little bit like a victory, but they would have to reflect on how they managed to get so far behind on first innings in the first place. But there's a long way to go yet.
And it's Code in again. This next delivery, upish, played by Sam Northeast, but into the offside, and no further runs there. But I guess the other thing that might be playing on Yorkshire's mind is that they were in this sort of situation in the last game against Derbyshire as well, wasn't they? And they don't want to go through it again, really. They had an opportunity in that last game, and here again they have an opportunity, but they are now in desperate need of wickets. So Code comes in again. This next delivery is placed leg side, and the batsman will run through for a single.
Slightly squirted off inside edge and pad by Northeast, but safely enough managed to get on top of it, and the first over with the new cherry passes by. But Yorkshire have to think of it in that they will have hundreds of opportunities over the course of the next few hours to win this match, as Matthew Revis will come on from the Howard stand end as the only other fast bowler in the ranks. And Yorkshire have got hundreds of opportunities to take wickets. They have to take 7 of those. Glamorgan's task, if you like, is longer. And they are still 78 runs in arrears. So that has to be knocked off. If they're in profit, then that loses them a further 2 overs out of the day, provided it's not at an interval. As Revis just bowled the 3 overs in this innings, charges in towards us, tall, muscular bowling to northeast, who allows that one to go through outside off stump. Revis wasn't used hugely in the first innings either, which saw him bowl 7 overs, 0 for 26, when the wickets were shared 4 apiece for Moriarty and Bass, 1 for Code, and a run out for Fisher, who is, unfortunately for Yorkshire, absent from proceedings at the moment. 2 slips and a gully for Revis, bowling to northeast, and he's behind that one, playing it defensively out to Harry Brook on the offside. They have looked content to occupy the crease by and large, these two this morning. 46 and 43 they had overnight, have moved on now to 70 and 64. Northeast seems to have had slightly more of the strike. He's faced 20 balls more as he forward presses and defends out to Harry Brook, who runs round from cover to field the ball, which was dribbling to mid-off. Harry Brook keen to get in the action. So shame there's not more first-class cricket going on around the country. Just one other championship match in progress, and that might not be for much longer at Old Trafford. As Revis is in to bowl and beats the edge of Sam Northeast, who pulled his bat away from that too late. Revis, the extra bounce and pace, and Northeast went fishing there, and thankfully for him, didn't get a touch on it.
I was going to say earlier we had loud cheers, but that's probably the loudest we've had so far today. A play and a miss. Closest perhaps that Yorkshire have got to taking a wicket, an elusive wicket they desperately need now.
As Revis into northeast, and he forces that one through the covers and will pick up 4 runs. Well, strangely, they had a sweeper out there for the spinners. They've dispensed with it, and northeast has cracked it through the covers for 4. He moves to 74. The total is 224 for 3. At Old Trafford, Kentra 113 for 2, needing only another 51 runs to win, with 8 wickets remaining. Ben Compton's gone for 29, but Daniel Bell-Drummond is still there on 56 not out, so it looks like a Kent victory in the only match still in play in Division 1. As Shan Masood goes over for a consultation with Revis, and during the long process of the ball being retrieved from the wastes in front of the western terrace. It's about 20 metres there beyond the boundary rope. As northeast pushes forward the next ball from Revis, defends it up to mid-off. 224 for 3, 2 overs with the new ball now negotiated by Glamorgan. The deficit is 74 runs, and there are 7 wickets still in hand.
Yeah, just the one scare in that over, but after that, certainly the batsman getting right on top of the ball for the following delivery and getting a boundary. So Glamorgan certainly piling on the runs and keeping Yorkshire at bay.
It's a long, long time, though, to keep on battling.
And that's what Yorkshire will be hoping, just one mistake. One mistake from either of these batsmen, and they can perhaps get into the next one to come in as Code comes in. New over, first ball, and that's pushed out in front of him.
That was not entirely convincing from Ingram.
Did it look as though it was the inside edge of the bat?
Yeah, just trickled down towards where a short leg would have been. In fact, it might have even bounced between his legs. As well, Yorkshire put a short leg in, or are they adding an extra slip?
It looks like an extra slip gully, maybe. Or I don't know. There is a fielder heading towards that gully area.
No, they're going for the short leg, I think. No,
Oh, is it?
Bean wanders round.
Yep, you're right.
From the slip cordon.
Yep.
Someone else has replaced him in the slips, and Bean is going to short leg.
Yeah.
Well done. Thoroughly needed. Put some pressure on the batters.
And it's Code in again from the Kirkstall Road end. Comes in, and this one beautifully driven into the offside, and that's going to head towards the boundary for 4 more runs to Colin Ingram. That's going to take him on to 68. So he's continuing to score when the opportunity arises for him, and there certainly have been a few of those.
Ian Evans emails to say, surely we can't drop Ingram when Marnus shows up. If we get Tim van der Hoogten back, then Mir Hamza has to make way. Yes, I have no scheduled date that I've heard for Tim van der Hoogten's return. Morgan's a leading strike bowler of last season.
It's going to be Ben Code again. This next delivery just pushed out in front of him by Colin Ingram.
I'm told picked up his calf strain playing for Netherlands. Ian also says, interested to hear about how Asa Tribe is doing. Well, he's out for 21, playing for the seconds today. There's 76 for 2 against Warwickshire. At the Edgbaston Community Ground, not the main one.
It's Ben Code. This time, again, just pushed out into the offside in front of him by Colin Ingram. Yeah, both of these batsmen looking, or have looked, certainly very comfortable this morning. Just the odd scare, but nothing really of any seriousness. As Ben Code comes in again. This next delivery punched down the leg side, and that's going to head towards the boundary, sort of mid-wicket area, and it in fact going to reach the boundary. 4 more runs to Colin Ingram, taking him into the 70s. 72, Glamorgan 232 for the loss of 3 wickets. Sam Northeast 74 on the other side, so both of them, both of these batsmen into their 70s now. More problems for Shan Masood. He's got his hands on his hips. A lot of thinking for him to do as Sam Code comes in, next delivery. And this one just pushed out in front of him towards the leg side by Colin Ingram.
In terms of the Wales national counties, they've made 133 for 6 in their first T20 of the day against Shropshire at Elwy Grove Park. 133 for 6. Most of the runs came from the openers. Brad Wadland 45, Stephen Roberts 40. So, clouding over a little bit more. It's still fairly bright. Still some difference between the weather forecasts. The Met Office seems to think that nothing much will happen in the way of precipitation before 6 o'clock. The BBC forecast seems to suggest that there's an outside chance of a thundery shower this afternoon here. There's Revis bowls, and Northeast slightly squared up by that. The ball squirting out towards point, but off a thick enough bat. So Root is at first slip, Lythe is at second. There's also a gully, a point, a cover and mid-off, all in the ring. Mid-on, Shan Masood fairly well back. There's a man just in front of the umpire, just about saving the single, and a fine leg on the ropes. As Dom Bess hands the new ball back to Revis, who runs towards us and bowls to northeast, who defends it on the leg side. And there's no run. So it's gone a little bit quiet. One wicket I'm sure would change that, and a breakthrough would reignite Yorkshire confidence. But I'm just surprised we're not picking up a little bit more chat from our effects microphone out on the field. A bit of shouting and geeing each other up. Revis in, and northeast meets that with a broad bat, playing it up to mid-off. No run. So lots of overs being bowled by Yorkshire. They haven't bothered to put the over 8 up on the board as far as I can see. Well, I'm sure they're plus an awful lot, so not of concern. It was of concern for Glamorgan for a while. They were -1 for quite a long time. As Revis races in, bowls, and northeast is in behind it, defending out on the offside. Wonder whether Revis needs to try and bang a couple in. He's the sort to do that. And maybe just needs to vary his lengths a little bit more to discomfort Sam Northeast. The deficit is 66 runs. As Revis in to bowl, northeast forward, playing out on the offside. And there's no run as Harry Brook picks it up. Inspects the new ball. Not too much polishing needed of it at the moment.
Yeah, they definitely need to try something a little bit different, whether it's the short ball or something in the field maybe. Yeah,
you think that there maybe should be a short leg in now. As Revis bowls, northeast smacks it into the offside, and it's beautifully fielded by Harry Brook at cover. Came off the middle of northeast's bat. Probably felt that deserved a boundary, but it was well intercepted by a diving Brook in the covers, and there was no run. So at 12:21, according to the scoreboard, it's Yorkshire still struggling to make the breakthrough. Glamorgan have moved on from their overnight 171 for 3 to 232 for 3. 24 overs have been bowled. Glamorgan have added 61 runs without further loss. Lunch is at 1 o'clock, definitely on the final day, compared to the 1:10 that we've had the last couple of days to try and make up time. And it'll be Ben Code to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Yeah, it's going to be a very important now 35 minutes or so for Yorkshire. If they can just eke out a wicket here, that will be really, really handy as Ben Code comes in, brand new over. First delivery just pushed out in front of him by Colin Ingram. No further run there. They desperately now need a wicket. Because the other factor is that Yorkshire may well have to bat again. 66 runs now, the deficit. Unless the wickets, of course, come in clusters as Ben Code comes in again. This next delivery is...
wow.
Yeah, brilliant bit of fielding there in the covers. Again, to save what would have most likely have ran through perhaps for a boundary. And again, Colin Ingram, beautiful shot, straight off the middle of the bat, but saved at close in there at mid-off.
George Hill, subfielder.
So 2 saving of runs, 2 certain boundaries, 1 in the last over and now 1 in this over as well. As Yorkshire try to maintain some sort of pressure. Try to induce either of these batsmen into some sort of false shot. It's Code in again. This time again played into a mid-off area. No run there.
Talking about the Glamorgan bowling problems, Philip Richards says it'd be great if we could unearth a decent quickie from the seconds. Nick Culliford's suggesting that Matt Burton could be a decent county bowler. Trialist from the Wiltshire area.
And it's Code in again, and this next one again just pushed out in front of him by Colin Ingram. He's on 72. Sam North is on 74. Glamorgan 232 for 3. And they trail by 66 runs. Of course, in this second innings, hoping to save the game. Final day of proceedings here at Headingley. As Code comes in again, this time just pushed out in front of him again.
I'm liking this field a bit more. Shows a bit of creativity, at least, with two men effectively on the drive on either side of the wicket.
Certainly a more aggressive field, isn't it, Nick, I think?
Yeah, it's not the first time this season I've seen this sort of thing. I think Middlesex posted 3 on the drive on either side at one point in the opener at Lord's.
It's going to be Code. And this time flicked onto the leg side by Ingram. Picked up by the fielder square there on the leg side. No further additions to the score. Glamorgan 232 for the loss of 3 wickets, and Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram batting well this morning. Sam Northeast on 74, Colin Ingram 72.
Oil Oracle posting on Twitter the possibility of playing Labuschagne and Ingram, as Hamza isn't looking as threatening as hoped, and Ingram, touchwood, looking right back in form. Oh, that's jinxed him. Griffith ap Llewellyn says the table doesn't make for pleasant viewing. If we didn't have Crane in our attack, it would be much worse. Long season ahead. Yeah, you got the feeling that Glamorgan will probably manage through the T20 playing both Labuschagne and Ingram, but looking at the top 6, you wouldn't have thought that batting was necessarily Glamorgan's main area of concern. So can they get someone of pace to lead the attack alongside Van der Hoogten maybe in the by the middle of the season? It is a serious issue, and of course with 7 out of 14 championship games being played by the end of this month. So we've got spin back in the attack from the Howard stand end, as that one pops up to short leg. Is it off the bat of Northeast? No, it isn't, says umpire Blackwell.
That's interesting, because Moriarty was complaining earlier about the old ball. Now he's got a brand new cherry in his hand. See what he does with this one. But
well, Yorkshire have had a few bat pad appeals given, not necessarily to Glamorgan's liking in this match, but that one thumped off the middle of Northeast pad. As Moriarty bowls, Northeast forward, defending back to the bowler, who gives him a bit of a stare.
He's really got no excuse now. He's complaining about the ball last time, so he's got a new ball this time, hasn't he? So
yeah, just the 6th over being bowled with the new ball, and they're already back to the spinners. And there's a bit of extra bounce from Moriarty there, who's a tall man, and Northeast had to get up on his toes and defend it on the offside. Why there are only 2 attacking fielders? Moriarty in to bowl. Northeast is forward.
yeah, Yorkshire need to win the game. Further attacking fielders would certainly help their cause.
There's a slip in the short leg. They're bowling with a new ball, where's the silly point? The leg slip. Moriarty in. Northeast turns it away through the leg side. He's timed that absolutely beautifully. It looked like a defensive push, and it's raced away to the ropes for 4, and Moriarty gives it a bit of a teapot. He's not a happy bunny this morning, Dan Moriarty. Didn't like the old ball, and now finding himself put away by Northeast, who moves on to 78. Glamorgan on to 236 for 3. The deficit is 62 runs, but there are potentially still 70 overs remaining in the game after this delivery, which sees Northeast driving gently down the ground to mid-off. No run. 2, 3, 6 for 3. Northeast has 78. Ingram has 72. And Yorkshire still wonder where the breakthrough is coming from.
And it looks like Ben Code is going to carry on, so no spinner from this side, from the Kirkstall lane end. I thought perhaps they might change things, but obviously they've got to give Ben Code a good run. He's one of the leading wicket takers so far in the county championship in Division 2 this season. Oh no, I beg your pardon.
Revis changing ends.
I beg your pardon, it's Revis in fact who's going to come in from this end.
Well, just written down only 2 overs with the new ball for Revis, and now he's got one from t'other end instead.
Yeah, it's going to be Revis. And I think I'm going to give way shortly, by the looks of things. Yep, I'm going to give way to Jonathan. Oh, okay. Yeah. Shortly.
Don't call me shortly. Couple more balls for Nasser to describe, and Matthew Revis will eventually bowl them once he's decided where he wants Finley Bean, and the answer to that is gully. 2 slips and a gully, and Best switches over from offside to leg side.
And Revis has got the ball back in his hands, and he's going to be bowling from the Kirkstall lane end. He's going to come in, bowl his first delivery to Ingram, left-handed Ingram, and this one left outside his off stump, and in fact just goes into the gully region. No run there. So Glamorgan now trailing by 62 runs, 236 for 3. Both of these batsmen in their 70s. And looking quite good out there. It's Revis. And this time just pushed out in front of him by Colin Ingram. That's all he's got to do.
Indeed. The Glamorgan social media account getting whimsical, using emojis of a car and a motorway to illustrate Colin Ingram driving. I usually just get out the little king symbol for Kingram.
It's going to be Matthew Revis again. And this time, again, pushed out in front of him by Ingram. Good solid shot right out of the middle of the bat. No further runs. Yep, another plane heading off Leeds Bradford Airport. Bank holiday Monday, of course, today. People, of course, flying off to Spain and Portugal and Balearics. That's next ball from Revis, and that's flicked onto the leg side, and they're going to pick up a boundary. Another boundary just flicked off his pads towards the leg side boundary, and 4 more runs there for Glamorgan off the bat of Colin Ingram. That takes him to 76 now.
BBC News website is helpfully warning of thunderstorm warnings covering large parts of England and Wales. Probably just about the moment I hit the motorway, I think.
Yeah. I saw something about 5 o'clock today when the weather was going to turn on the BBC website, but
Met Office reckons otherwise, that we're likely to get all this game in.
Yeah, it's Revis again now. This time it's a square cut. For 4. So Ingram, another boundary, 2 boundaries in 2 successive balls. And Revis this time being dispatched to the square boundary. Beautiful shot, hit it into the ground and raced away to the boundary. So more runs for Colin Ingram, taking him to 80 now.
And the partnership over 150.
Yeah, 151, just from 333 balls. More frustration for Yorkshire. And that with a new ball too recently. They were hoping that perhaps they could make some inroads with this, but it's not gone to plan so far. Here comes Revis again. This time, again, driven beautifully into the offside, squarish by Ingram again. So 3 boundaries so far for him, and Revis takes his jumper at the end of a pretty ordinary over as far as he's concerned. And Glamorgan now 248 for the loss of 3 wickets. A good over there for Colin Ingram, 3 boundaries in that one. Northeast on the other side is on 78, so runs coming very quickly for Glamorgan. Yes. And I'm going to switch over now to Jonathan.
Thank you, Nasser. And Nasser's bonus over, giving Glamorgan an extra 12 runs as Revis really drifted a little bit wide with that last delivery. And not posing as many questions as he'd want. Dan Moriarty will continue wheeling away. Heavy workload in this match, 29 overs in the first innings, and he's now bowled 32 in the second. So he's earned his corn as he's bowling to Northeast, who deflects it to short leg, who chucks it back to the keeper.
Because I'd have bowled them out by now. Marvellous. Wouldn't have seen 12 o'clock if I were out there.
The many voices of Johnson Deutsch. As Northeast presses forward and defends the Mike Yarwood de nos jours. Northeast 78, Ingram 84. Northeast seem to get a bit more of the strike for a while. Ingram making the most of his turn facing as Northeast defends another one to Brook at cover. Lithe at slip, Bean at short leg. As Northeast works that one away on the leg side, fielded by Code running around from short fine leg, and they'll go through for a single as Code fires the throw in, and Ingram has to get hastily out of the way. I have been grumbling, Jonathan, I'm not sure if you agree, about the relatively low numbers of close catches round the bat.
Yes.
Would suggest that at least 1 and possibly 2 more are needed.
Just that feeling of pressure, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if not a lot appears to be happening.
Moriarty in, bowls, and Ingram pushes forward, bat and pad together. Ball collected by Bean at short leg. I do like the sight of a silly point in first class cricket, just to get in the batsman's eye line and in his head. As Ingram back on his stumps, works it away down past short fine leg. There should be a couple of runs here as Joe Root runs round from the mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding. 2 more taken. 250 up for Glamorgan to absolutely no applause whatsoever, because it is, thank you Jonathan, it's slightly irrelevant. The one that counts really is the 47 behind on the bottom of the board, and also the 68 overs remaining of the day.
Yeah, Matthew Revis to continue. Phil O'Rourke's been in touch, says, as Gloucestershire aren't playing this round, I'm watching the fascinating final day's play at Headingley. Glamorgan looking fairly comfortable against Yorkshire. New ball could arrive soon. This is a while ago, absorbing stuff. Well, the new ball has come and gone, 8 overs of it so far, without disturbing the wickets column. Aki Gaz says, how come Fisher hasn't taken the new ball? Because he's not been out on the field of play all morning, nor since tea yesterday. Mighty Mariners giving it up at a draw already. At 12:38, he's gone early. And Phil continues with batters North East and Ingram looking ominously for Yorkshire immovable. Cracking cricket, but Yorkshire seemed to have an issue bowling sides out in the second innings.
Well, don't a lot of counties at the moment. Glamorgan had an issue bowling Yorkshire out in the first innings, so think yourselves lucky.
Not missing any cricket at the moment because there are discussions taking place between Masood, Code, Brook and Revis, which have resulted in Bess coming across from the offside to the on, and Moriarty going deeper than he was on the offside, in fact out to sweep square of the wicket. Bess coming in at short mid-wicket, Harry Brook heading off down LS6 to mid-wicket. Code still gesticulating, as is Masood. Best now being moved further back at mid-wicket, and Code coming up at mid-on to the wicket ends. So this is starting to feel, with the fielders dotted around on the leg side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders leg side of straight, as if Revis is going to resort to the short ball, and does, and just helpfully guided round the corner first up. Joe Root throws down the stumps. Are they going to be overthrows? No, they've decided against it. Shan Masood, to be fair, was quickly across the ground to chase that one, but Joe Root flattening the stump with his throw.
Yeah, he didn't have a great view to aim at, did he, Joe Root? That was a fine strike. As we get into the perennial issue of whether you should actually be allowed to run overthrows after the fielder has done something good and thrown down the wicket.
You think that should change?
Yeah.
Changing the field. Meanwhile, Revis bowling to the left-handed Ingram, and they've packed the leg side again here. And then he comes round the wicket then. Shaw. It's climbing its way through to the gloves of Tattersall down the leg side. There's a yelp with the optimism of the highest order. So that leg side field is a fine leg really, rather than wider, as well as Joe Root, who's over the boundary rope at the moment. I think he's gone to backward square on the boundary edge. Masood is out at mid-wicket on the edge. Harry Brook is a straighter mid-wicket, probably 15 yards in from the edge, and Ben Code on the wicket ends, wideish at mid-on, static as this short ball comes in, and doesn't matter how many fielders you've got on the leg side. Sometimes Colin Ingram just playing a nice little pivot and turning that for 4 between fine leg and deep backward square, pretty much bisecting the gap there.
Really got on top of that and, as you say, placed it very well. Colin Ingram, one of his skills is actually beating the field, if you like, making sure he plays his shots where the fielders aren't.
So with the new ball seemingly doing little for Matthew Revis, he's going short again. Half tracker at the very most, that one, and Ingram underneath it. We could be in for a long day.
Be interesting to see how far Ingram is tempted to play his shots against those Revis short balls, because although he's put one away stylishly, Yorkshire won't be at all worried to see him willing to play those shots occasionally with the risk of a top edge somewhere.
Revis pushing off and In again from the coastal end, round the wicket again, and short, and again Ingram easily ducking underneath it.
I'm interested to see that very fine third man as well. No slip, but there's a man in place for the uppercut effectively.
Yep.
So all sorts of traps being laid by Yorkshire, but one would hope from Colin Ingram's point of view that he's got the wisdom of the years to ignore the bait.
In comes Revis again then, past umpire Newell, not quite as short and taken around about the waist height, just helped on its way around the corner to root for a single. Ingram will keep the strike then, and he's on to 90, partnership 163. 89 overs bowled in this Glamorgan second innings, 256 for 3, just the 42 behind now. Yorkshire very highly likely now to have to bat again. They might not get there at this stage, the way things are going. And yeah, the short bowling tactics from Matthew Revis, not sure how many times they've come off. They've been employed quite a lot by the team, and he's doing what he's been asked to do here. I think really when he got his 5 for at Glamorgan last year, probably the one time it's kind of come off in a major way anyway. It's picked up a couple here and there.
Let's see, who did he get out on that occasion? Carlson, Root, Cook, Gorvin, as Moriarty starts a new over. Ingram wants a single, Northeast is reluctant, and Byram. So it's got some 4 of those 5 were top order batters. As Ingram sweeps and could be caught. No, he's cleared the fielder. He's got away with it. Soaring over Bess's head, and it's run away to the boundary, but that was not off the middle of the bat. It was lobbed up, and for a moment it looked as though Bess might be able to stretch and take it, but North Ingram gets away with one. There's a false shot. It's 4 runs, but it'll be 4 runs that perversely will give Yorkshire a bit of hope. Just a little bit of extra bounce.
Yep.
Found the top edge. 260 for 3, 38 runs behind.
Probably a good job he went at it fairly hard.
As Moriarty bowls to Ingram, who knocks it down towards backward point. The board has got a little confused. I think it's got Northeast on strike, which is patently not the case. So we may have a rethink on the score as Ingram back on his stumps defends, and there is no run. This is the 90th over of the Glamorgan innings. I think the board's given that 4 to Northeast. Missed a single somewhere possibly. As that's edged by Ingram past slip, and that will run away for at least a couple of runs. It may just trickle to the ropes, it does so. But 2 quarter chances, neither went to hands from Moriarty in the same over. And he is standing with hands on hips, pointing. Why didn't I have a second slip? And Ingram has got away with 2 mistakes in the same over.
Yeah, bit of luck on his side. You need it, but he should be on 99 now, shouldn't he? Yeah.
He moves
certainly
to 99.
Yeah, they've sorted it out on the board.
As here comes Moriarty bowling to Colin Ingram on 99 not out, and he's forward defending and playing it too short leg. So yeah, nervous 90s for Ingram. Who'd have thunk it?
We had a 99 between these sides recently, haven't we? Because Joe Root got 99 at Cardiff, didn't he? Whenever that was. Should have that in front of me. But he did definitely get a 99 at Cardiff a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I remember speaking to him after it.
I've got a picture of him
vaguely
from Cardiff, which I trot out quite a lot to illustrate anything with Joe Root involved. So that's really the most encouragement that Yorkshire have had this morning, isn't it?
Yep, they've just got a little glimmer of hope of picking something up before the lunch break. Ingram definitely more aggressive of the pair of these, and has kind of looked like if anybody's going to make a mistake, it could be him. But mistakes not proving costly just for the moment. George Hill just been dispatched by Don Bess to go out and sweep at cover again. Short leg slip. Largely ring field, although we still have Root out sweeping. He's gone out square on the leg side. First ball is pushed up to Shan Masood at mid-off by Northeast, no run. Bess in again at Northeast, just dropping that one square on the offside. Code round to field. Bess waits. Northeast retakes the stance, and here we go again. This time he goes back foot and punches towards Masood, but takes the pace off the ball and is able to get through for a single. 266 for 3.
Duck. Here is Don Bess then bowling to Colin Ingram on 99 not out. Trying his best with Sam Northeast to bat and bat and bat. Yorkshire recognise this by bringing in the fielders. They're not going to make life easy for him, or are they? That's a full toss. It's helped away down the leg side. Now, has he got a bat on it? If he has, no, he hasn't. It's 4 runs to the Glamorgan cause. It hasn't hit anything on the way through because it's signalled as byes. Not a great delivery from Bess. I thought for a moment that Ingram had managed to turn it around the corner. The first byes of the innings. As Bess bowls and Ingram goes to the sweep, and oh, he's getting a little bit jittery. As he thought about a single there, there was never one there as he'd hit it straight to fine leg. So Ingram is willing to take on these potentially risky shots as he looks to clear off the deficit for Glamorgan and get them in credit. Won't happen before the lunch interval. They're still 28 behind as Bess bowls. Ingram is forward. Bess appeals. There was quite a lot of wood there. But Bess obviously thought there was a chance it was pad first. It was a thick inside edge onto the pad. 270 for 3. Northeast has 81. Ingram still remains on 99 not out.
Yorkshire lad says Yorkshire's chances going south as Northeast drives Glamorgan towards what is now an inevitable draw.
Inevitable?
And Don Wilkinson asks, when was the last time Yorkshire took 20 wickets in a match at Headingley? Well, I think that was in the win against Sussex here in 2021. They have won matches since then, but I think the last one here was June of 2021.
Moriarty bowls. Northeast turns it into the leg side and will pick up a single, which will give Ingram another chance to reach 3 figures. And Yorkshire will probably put everyone in on the single. Yep, in you come, boys. Intelligent cricket from the experienced Yorkshire and Pakistan captain Shan Masood. Just the 2 close catches, but there are 6 saving the single now. and only square leg out as Moriarty bowls to Ingram. On 99, turns it into the offside, and there's no run. 2-7-1 for 3. 27 is the deficit. Guess what's overhead? Moriarty bowls. Ingram plays no shot in the end, padding it away outside off stump. 7 minutes for Colin Ingram in hand to reach 3 figures. I'm sure even an experienced player like himself would not want to be 99 at lunch. As Moriarty bowls, Ingram plays it down into the ground to Bean at short leg. Ingram talked about creating Moriarty talked about creating a sense of drama, and he's certainly trying his best to do that. Moriarty in again to Ingram on 99, not out, and Ingram just dead bats it gently on the offside, and there is no run. 1 ball left in the Moriarty over. 6 minutes to go until the lunch interval. So 2 more overs probably, as Ingram is back defending, dead batting to Bean. Ingram remains on 99, Northeasters 82, Glamorgan 271 for 3.
And that last win here was against Sussex in the old Bob Willis Trophy. Won by an innings and 30 runs on that occasion. Among the wickets there, 2 for Ben Code, David Willey a couple, Jordan Thompson 3, Stephen Patterson 1, Harry Brook 1. Got one of the openers out in the Sussex first innings, and then in the second innings, 4 for Dom Bess, who is going to bowl this latest over from the Kirkstall Lane end. Good afternoon to listeners from 5 Sports Extra, just 5 minutes before the lunch break here at Headingley. And a great morning as far as Glamorgan are concerned, because they have so far managed to negotiate 32 overs that have been bowled already this morning without the loss of a wicket, without really looking like losing one, as Bess is in, bowling here to Northeast on 82. Colin Ingram at the non-striking end is on 99. He's just had a little bit of luck in recent times with a couple of boundaries, but he's doing a sterling job for his team. Bess over the wicket. That is flicked off the legs by Northeast. They're going to get through for 1. And brings Ingram back onto strike then. 272 for 3. They trail by 26 runs. Still 63.4 overs showing as remaining on the scoreboard. I'll hand you to my colleague Nick Webb with Ingram on 99.
As Bess is in to bowl from the Kirkstall Lone end, and Ingram forward, bat and pad together, and Bess with another optimistic appeal, as the same way as he ended the previous over, because you wouldn't have thought an umpire would guess as to which it hit first. Silly point crouching. Another appeal. Didn't look very likely, that one, as Ingram looked to turn it away on the leg side. It was going miles down leg. But Yorkshire really are making Colin Ingram work for his century. He's had a couple of edgy 4s to get through the 90s. He's on 99 and on the back foot. He defends that one, and Bess has his head in his hands, even though if it came firmly off the middle of the bat and straight down onto the ground. Colin Ingram looking for his 2nd century of the season. He started with 1 at Lord's, but he's making hard work of this last run. Yorkshire making him work hard as well, as Ingram drives into the offside. That'll be it for Colin Ingram, with a couple of runs through the covers in this fight to save the game for Glamorgan. They'll settle for 2, and Colin Ingram reaches 101 not out off 202 deliveries. He's at 18 4s, and it is the 20th first-class century of his career in 128 matches. Well batted, Colin Ingram. And can Glamorgan get through this morning session without losing a wicket?
Yeah, what a superb job the pair of them have done for Glamorgan. They came together yesterday just before 5 o'clock, 31.2 overs, when Kieran Carlson was run out in strange circumstances. Really struck a ball very cleanly into the shin pads of Joe Root, bounced back. Johnny Tattersall whipped off the bails. Carlson gone for 15. And at that point, with so much time left in the match, I think anybody could have been forgiven for thinking that Yorkshire were strong favourites.
As Moriarty bowls and North East pushes forward. Doesn't make much contact, if any. And Tattersall had the bails off again there. Certainly a lot of pressure around the bat, and these last few minutes seem to have been the most pressure that Yorkshire have been able to exert in this this morning session. Moriarty is in to bowl, and North East clips this one out on the leg side, beats short leg, runs away towards deep mid wicket, and they'll amble through for a single. Glamorgan 275 for 3. 62 overs to come after this, which will almost certainly be the last one of the morning session. North East 84 not out, Ingram 101 not out. As Moriarty bowls to Ingram, who defends to Gully, and there's no run. Yorkshire bowler down with Matt Fisher off the field through injury. So they've used the two seamers, Code and Revis, and 4 spinners, Moriarty, Bass, Root, and 1 over from Lythe. As Moriarty bowls and Ingram squirts it down through third man, this should provide a couple of runs at least. It's just hauled up inside the boundary, and they'll settle for 2. Ingram to 103, 275 for 3. Last couple of deliveries to be described by Jonathan.
Nick got to go do an update. So Moriarty to bowl to Ingram. Fantastic partnership this for Glamorgan. 184 unbroken then for this 4th wicket thus far. Moriarty over the wicket. Ingram propping forward into the offside. No run. Mark Clayton, thanks for sending me this in, which is from an ex-account called That's So Village. What's the most village thing that happened in your match at the weekend? And somebody, Matt Anderson, has replied, watching Milne Row CC yesterday at the tea interval, one of the umpires had to go home as he had a family barbecue he'd forgotten about. Cricket, eh? Here is Moriarty over the wicket for, well, he's running through the crease and not bowling what should be the final ball of the morning session. Making his way back. He has taken a wicket with the final ball of a session already in this match, that of Billy Root in the Glamorgan first innings, when he, as he said afterwards, created a bit of theatre. What can he do with this one? Ingram pushing forward, and Ben Code doing the fielding just backward of point in the end. And that will be the end of the morning session on this final day then at Headingley, and a fantastic morning as far as Glamorgan are concerned. Their deficit this morning was 127. It's now down to 21. Still 62 overs remaining in the match. North East unbeaten on 84. Ingram on that 103. As you heard, they're 277 for 3 then. Yorkshire have got a lot of thinking to do about how they might take wickets, and a lot of effort to put in to actually do that as well, as they go off for their 40-minute break. Good morning, we'll be back as they walk out for the afternoon session at Headingley.
what? A wallet? On the other side. You put your coat over there first, didn't you? That's full. Easily done. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, time for an exceptionally brief score update from around the Vitality County Championship. In Division 1, Kent beat Lancashire by 7 wickets a little earlier. And in Division 2, the only other game that's happening today, Middlesex are 407 for 8 in their first innings against Leicestershire. And Leicestershire made 306 all out in their first day, but they're off for rain there. Just a reminder that the international season here at Headingley kicks off in just under a fortnight's time with 2 international T20s. Firstly, on Sunday the 19th of May, England women take on Pakistan women, and then on Wednesday the 22nd, it's the men's turn. Once again, England take on Pakistan. For any more information or to book tickets, just look on the Yorkshire website or pop into the ticket office on St Michael's there. So that's the women on the 19th and the men on the 22nd. umpires Ian Blackwell and Mark Newell.
Good afternoon, welcome back from Headingley, a sunny Headingley for session 2 on the final day of Yorkshire versus Glamorgan, which sees the visiting side 277 for 3 as the umpires and skipper Sam Northeast and fellow batter Colin Ingram make their way out to the middle. Northeast on 84 and Ingram 103, a partnership so far worth 184 for this 4th wicket. And Yorkshire, well, toiling for wickets, did sort of hint that that may be the case yesterday and at the top of the morning this morning, because they have had their struggles taking 20 wickets. Still plenty of time left for them to do that, but not really looking like doing so on many occasions during that morning session. Glamorgan 21 runs behind and still with those 7 second innings wickets intact that they had overnight. Nick Webb of BBC Radio Leeds and myself, Jonathan Doidge of BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations with you throughout this match. And Nasser Hanif, our third voice again on this 4th day. So what will we see from here? I suppose roughly a tipping point in the match may well, Nick, be T. Glamorgan, if they're still batting then, should be comfortably enough ahead. It just depends on how many wickets are on the board, I suppose, at that point in time, and how much time is left for Yorkshire to maybe try and knock something off. Yeah, I'm not sure being bowled out by T would save Glamorgan, because they're 21 behind. They're likely to bat more slowly. Yorkshire have got time for a thrash in the final innings, so I think Glamorgan will need to take it some distance after T to be absolutely sure of saving this match. Edward Cooper, somewhere on the east stand, says, what time is the thunderstorm arriving, or are we going to declare and go for the win? Chipper. So Joe Root from the Kirkstall Lane end then, bowling here to Northeast. First ball of the afternoon. There's a little bit of an offering of turn, but it was short of length, and as he has done numerous times during this innings, Northeast just rocking back and punching that one out into the offside for Code to field, sweeping on the east side boundary. 1 run, and Root then switching to bowl round the wicket to Ingram. In he comes, wide on the crease. Ingram, guess that towards the inside of the bat. into terra firma before it bounces back to Root. Yeah, I was looking through the covers there where he was aiming. Root in again, and this just a feeling of being a little bit edgy. Jordan Thompson, who's out there and has been subbing all day, does the fielding. Matthew Fisher not made it onto the field of play today. Mike Bradley asking, as he recovers from his trip or wobble, chasing the ball to the boundary yesterday. Well, apparently not enough to be out there on the field of play at the very least, because we haven't seen him since that incident right on the stroke of tee yesterday. Oof. Bouncer here from Root, which is dragged down the leg side. They're going to go through Northeast, wondering what on earth was going on there. Ingram says, come on, we'll go. And they've got a bye. Northeast was very slow reacting to that. I don't think he realised the keeper had missed it. That was extraordinary from Root. Cricket was the loser. He's human after all. Root again round the wicket. Ingram having a go at this one, hits it over the top. Wide of mid-off. Best giving up the chase for a few strides and then realises he better just look like he wants to get it reeled in. It does comfortably beat him over the rope. And 4 more to Ingram, taking him to 108. So it's pretty much as you were in this opening over of the afternoon. Ingram playing his shots. Glamorgan still going with this 4th wicket partnership of 191. Now just 14 behind. Root in again, and Ingram has a little offering of a push at that. A little bit of a yelp from Yorkshire, but nothing much. And Adam Lyth removes the cap and sweater to start the afternoon session at the Howard Stand end. Well, we saw 1 over with the last over of the older ball from Lyth.
Adam Lyth.
But good to see Sean Masood mixing it up. Duncan Evans on email. It's a perfect first session for Morganwg. With Matt Fisher off the field, he suggests that Harry Brook ought to be bowling a bit of seam. Do you think that's a likely option, or given the pitch, maybe not?
I wouldn't put it past him to have a few overs, but he's never bowled more than just a few.
NickWebb2017 at gmail.com or NickWebb2017 on X/Twitter if you want to offer some thoughts. As Lyth then from the Howard stand end runs towards us and bowls to Sam Northeast, who's forward defending, and there is no run. Very nervous 90s from Ingram, remarks Helipad on Twitter. So Glamorgan have got a long way to go. They've dug in successfully so far, as Northeast is forward defending. Back to Lyth, and there's no run. Lyth with one first-class wicket to his name this season. As Northeast drives through the onside, a rare aggressive blow from the Glamorgan captain, and he's middled that one nicely. Went past mid-wicket. As is that Brook there, going down about literally 30 seconds after the ball had gone past, to suggest that maybe he might have had a dive at it, but it had pitched by the time it sizzled past him anyway. Northeast moves to 89. Lyth in again, bowls, and Northeast does it again with the same result. 4 runs this time, a little bit straighter, and heading up past Masood at mid-on to the boundary. So Northeast moves to 93. Glamorgan's 292 for 3, 6 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat. But as I keep saying, Yorkshire will be reasonably satisfied to see Glamorgan playing a few shots, and therefore maybe taking a few more risks. That's short from Lyth, and Northeast just flat bats it away on the offside. Takes a single out to Revis, who is on the covered boundary, and that's a 200 partnership between these two for the 4th wicket. Northeast has 94, Ingram 108.
You've got to go back to 3 seasons before you look at Harry Brook bowling 17 overs in an innings in one match. That's the most.
Oof. Lyth bowls a slingy delivery that Ingram just dabs down to root at slip. And there's no run. 200 partnership came up off 388 balls. So fairly pedestrian, but it doesn't really matter. The fact that they've occupied the crease for this long is the key, as Glamorgan look for another great escape. A couple last season at Hove and at Chester Street, where they batted a long time to save the game. Shouldn't get themselves in these positions, but at least they are offering considerably more fight than in the first innings.
Yeah, that's 17 overs for Harry. It was a lengthy stint in the field, 173 overs for Yorkshire. 173.4. Lancashire 509 for 9. And they used just about everybody, including some of the crowd, to bowl during that Lancashire knock, having made only 159 themselves, were beaten by an innings, unsurprisingly. Harry did get 50-odd in the second innings, having been run out for a duck in the first. Meanwhile, Dan Moriarty from the Kirkstall Lane end in a change of bowling. Left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Northeast. That one hits the pad and drops away behind square.
Glamorgan were in the field for 211.2 overs in the opening game of this season, as Middlesex poddled along very slowly.
Moriarty bowling to Northeast, who gets a delivery around about leg stump and helps it on its way to the incoming Revis from the mid-wicket boundary.
Glamorgan 620 for 3 declared, Middlesex 655 all out. Let's go home. Yeah, it's
entertaining cricket.
The last 2 days were quite painful. after we'd watched Sam Northeast smash the ground record.
Moriarty switching then and bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, who goes back foot first up and turns it into the leg side. Harry Brook doing the fielding. Slip, short leg, 3 in a ring on the offside, 3 on the leg, plus a leg side sweep around about mid-wicket. Not needed here though, wide of off stump. Moriarty straying with his line and unceremoniously smashed away by Ingram for 4 more, with puffs of dust following it. Very unusual to see puffs of dust so far this season. Splatters of water as things have disappeared over the outfield rather than puffs of dust, but that brings the scores level. So 1 box ticked, 205 now the partnership, 298 for 3. Nick probably going to be starting to thumb through record books at some stage as Moriarty's in again and Ingram pushes back to the bowler, no run. What's the highest 4th wicket partnership against Yorkshire?
I rely on the good doctor to tell me that sort of thing. Dr. Headingley.
Moriarty passing umpire Newell, floating this one up wide of off stump, and Ingram playing inside it to complete that 97th over. 37 of them bowled today then. We're only 11 minutes into the afternoon session. Fewer than that in actual fact. 298 for 3, scores level.
I mentioned early Glamorgan 2's in action at Edgbaston. They're not doing terribly well. 127 for 5. Zen Malik is 58 not out. But there's a lad from Leeds playing from Glamorgan 2's, name of Harris Sullivan.
Yeah, played here.
Who played a couple of seasons ago in the 50 over stuff, I think.
Yeah, Harris and Josh, brothers.
Having a run out for Glamorgan 2's as Adam Lyth will continue, and Northeast drives to wide mid off, calls for a single, well judged single. There was a throw at the stumps from Thompson, but it missed and Northeast was home anyway. A rare example of Glamorgan hurrying through with their running today. They've mostly just ambled through, taking no risks at all. 299 for 3. Glamorgan lead by 1 as Ingram pushes forward and that ball doesn't go very far at all from the crease. I think he was watching it anyway. So Yorkshire will have to bat again. There will be no innings victory as Ingram just turns it ever so gently into a big gap at mid-wicket, and they walk through for the single. 300 up.
Hi Dodgy, says Lewis Neville. Can he get a message to Joe or Johnny T to change the bails like Stewart did? Needs something to happen. All the best from Lewis in Tel Aviv.
Lyth is in to bowl. Northeast drives up to long on. Shan Masood is at long on. Can't quite see the validity of a long on. 301 for 3. Lyth bowls. Ingram watches it, just turn gently past the stumps. Had confidence in Lyth's ability to turn the ball, because if that had gone straight on, it might have taken his off stump. 301 for 3. Lyth around the wicket, and Ingram pushes forward, and there is no run. End of the over, the 98th over of the innings. So 38 bowled today already, even though we're only 14 minutes after lunch. Yorkshire certainly rattling through their overs, juggling their options, trying bowlers from both ends. But remember, they are a seamer down in the absence of Fisher, so it's mostly a spin attack. as you'd expect anyway in this game, to be honest, since it's effectively a 6th-day pitch.
Moriarty trying to use that to his advantage, hasn't been able to take advantage of it so far today. 1 wicket to his name. First ball to North East. He's turned up to Bess at mid-on, no run. Bit of enthusiastic applause from one of the fielders out there. They kind of feels like they need to get a little bit more consensus on that front. But they've just had their lunchtime chat, so I'm sure they know. They've got their ideas on what their plans are and how they might change things. Another dot ball there, dug out by North East on this occasion. So Moriarty back with ball in hand again, coming round the wicket. And North East again, just dropping into the offside.
It's the only county game currently being played because Kent beat Lancashire by 7 wickets.
Here's Moriarty, and once again, North East solidly behind it.
Kent's first win at Old Trafford for 27 years.
Impressive. Here comes Moriarty, floated up, flicked off the legs by North East. And out there in the deep on the leg side, Matthew Revis will hand it round the ring via Don Bess. Back to Moriarty. Lovely afternoon here. It started off as a lovely sunny morning. We've had a fair bit of cloud cover at times, but no threat thus far of any precipitation. And just been down outside. Definitely still short sleeve shirt order, and that's definitely the first time we can say that this season. Unless you've been completely mad, that is. As Moriarty is in, and that is dropped into the offside by Colin Ingram on the final ball of the over. 99 of them now complete in this Glamorgan second innings, 302 for 3. You can get in touch on @SportingLives1 or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com or on Nick's addresses.
NickWeb2017 on X and NickWeb2017 @gmail.com on the electronic mail. I'm old enough to remember the days where we had competitions from our Sunday radio commentaries, where you had write in for the chance to go into a hat and win a prize. As that first ball from Root is short and wide, and North East dispatches it towards the deep, and they amble through for a single from deep cover.
London W128 QT.
Root bowling his 11th over, and Ingram allowing that one to go past outside off stump. Back in the days where we had offices and physical letters and that sort of thing. There's another one from Root, turns gently past the off stump of Ingram without any intervention from the batter. 303 for 3. Ingram belts one towards Shan Masood, who could get underneath it. He's taken it. Yorkshire have got the breakthrough. Joe Root with the wicket. Colin Ingram has gone for 113. Caught at long off. 303 for 4.
Yeah, and there'll be a lot of relief around among Yorkshire supporters and those out there on the field that they've finally been given opportunity and finally taken it. It wasn't an easy catch, was it? Looked like it might disappear over his head at one point. He had the arms outstretched, but he watched it well, and most importantly of all, from his team's point of view, he clung on. So 303 for 4, and a tremendous knock by Colin Ingram in the context of the game. Just had little bits of luck on his way, but not loads of that, and certainly wouldn't want to take anything away from what he's achieved so far for his team. He's just edged them closer towards safety here, but they're not safe yet, and Chris Cook makes his way out to the middle.
Yeah, it's just what Yorkshire needed, the chance to bowl at a new batter. 20 boundaries for Colin Ingram, faced 223 deliveries, but has been looking to play his shots and move the score along, and Glamorgan effectively now 5 for 4. To put it in context, as Sam Northeast has moved unobtrusively to 99 not out at the other end. Chris Cook is the new batter. Cook's form this season. He made 24 in the first innings. He's got 198 runs for 3 times out. So averaging 66 as things stand. Don't try maths on the fly, children. 303 for 4. And the field remains fairly similar, slightly surprisingly, for the new man, Chris Cook. Short leg and a slip as Root tries his bouncer first up. I hope he's got a signal to Johnny Tattersall as Chris Cook got out of the way.
Yeah, it's not slow, is it?
It's bowled off the same run-up as his normal off-spin. He just occasionally bangs one in short as Cook pushes away on the offside. So new jeopardy back in this game as Root gets the applause from the crowd and from his captain. Shan Masood played his part by stretching up and taking the catch. He's a tall man and he needed to backpedal and take it arms extended above his head, but take it he did. I think the first chance that Ingram had actually offered, there'd been 1 or 2 that scooped wide of the fielders. But Joe Root 1 for 28 in his 11 overs. And Yorkshire back in the game. 6 wickets to work their way through. Sam Northeast on 99 not out. 100 overs have already been bowled. And Dan Moriarty will try and prevent Sam Northeast from getting to 3 figures. As that one is turned away on the leg side, and that will be the century for the Glamorgan skipper as he raises his bat towards the pavilion. A calm effort by Northeast. He has struck 12 boundaries in the process, and he's faced 225 deliveries. 220. He's still on 99 on the board. I suspect that might be 226. 12 fours is definite.
Yep, 226 and 279 minutes. And yes, encroaching on Yorkshire's valuable time. As Cook is on strike, right-handed of course, so 2 right-handers here, and that may have been part of the problem this morning, the left-hand right-hand combination. We'll see. Moriarty challenging the outside edge of the right-hander's bat. Couldn't get it past with that first delivery. Here's a second attempt, and Cook opens the face and pushes that out to the sweeping code, coming in from the cover boundary, 1 run. So still got the man out sweeping with the new batter in. Obviously still trying to protect things, and it's almost like, feels like they're trying to strangle it rather than attack and get the wickets and hope that the opposition haven't got too many on by the time they get the ones they need. Northeast stepping back. If you drop anything short to him around about off stump, he's straight on the back foot and very easily makes runs through that offside. Just did the same again. 2 to come in the over. Moriarty in again, and Cook pushing positively forward into the offside for Masood to come in and collect. Final ball of the 101st. Glamorgan, of course, lasted for just 79 first time around, so it's not bad, but they didn't make runs at much of a rate on that occasion. Final ball of the over is turned into the leg side, and there is no run. 306 for 4 at the end of the 101st. Glamorgan leading by 8.
So Sam Northeast's second half century was rather quicker than his first. He took 140 balls to get his first 50. Second 50 coming off 86, but really those balls soaked up as important as the runs garnered. Colin Ingram taking a slightly different approach, looking to add more positively to the scoreboard. 20 boundaries to his credit, but fell trying to add a 21st. As Northeast is on strike to Root and working it past short leg. Thought there was a single there, but didn't realise that there was a man in on the single just backward of the umpire. Well, short fine leg, but fairly wide. 306 for 4. Glamorgan lead by 8 as Northeast runs that one down to third man. Cook rightly pointed out that Bess was in close proximity at short third man, and there was no run. So Sam Northeast won't mind taking a bit more of the strike while Chris Cook has a look at it from the other end potentially. As Root bowls and Northeast plays it gently away towards cover for a single. Still completely baffled why there's a cover sweeper. 307 for 4. Glamorgan lead by 9. The new man, Chris Cook, on strike. As Root is in and bowls, and Cook pushing forwards, something off the inside part of the bat, but firm enough contact up to Shan Masood at mid-on, who is pretty deep, still looking for the hit over the top. There's another one from Root is fired past off stump, and Cook has nothing to do with it. So there is potentially a single up to Masood, but he's there more for the catch, for the miss hit. As Cook pushes forward, getting that left leg miles down the pitch to negate any possibility of an appeal, or a successful appeal anyway. And at the end of the Root over, it's 307 for 4, effectively 9 for 4, with 54 overs potentially remaining in the match.
Yeah, so time not ebbing away rapidly yet, but it just is beginning to reduce on Yorkshire and what they might be able to get out of this match. The sweeper thing, it kind of reminds me of the 2005 Ashes series, you remember? Michael Vaughan employed an attacking field but with a couple of sweepers so that his bowlers could attack with catches in certain positions, but the boundaries were defended as well. And there was an element of frustration, I seem to recall, among the Aussies with boundary shots that weren't going. Moriarty bowling here then to Northeast, who's just whipped one into the leg side, but that was fielded by Don Bess, who's fielding at mid-on. Moriarty in again, and that one turned into the leg side for Revis to come round and field. Still largely the ring field then. Code out sweeping at cover at this moment in time, and Moriarty throws that left arm out as he does, then grips the ball with it and comes in and bowls, and that's cracked, as you probably heard, off the back foot by Northeast. Got a good contact on it. Ben Coates got a bit of green, natural green and brown striping on the trousers and the knees from some fielding exploits. He did the fielding there. 1 run. Going to be a change now. He's coming in now. And
sort of mock gallop from the fielder there.
Yeah, lifting his knees high, and Finlay Bean has come in from where he was, and he's now going to go to short leg under the helmet. Moriarty, back foot, ball short of length, and Cook had a go at the cut shot. Joe Root's there at backward point to do the fielding. George Hill just down beneath us in the GA. He's not out there on the field at the moment, taking a drink of water around the boundary for somebody. As this next delivery is pushed into the offside, and Brooke is on hand. Blue bottle light with the spectacles on top of the cap. No run, and now for the final ball of the overcode, been sent back out into the meadows. Ooh, good delivery, final ball of the over as well by Moriarty, and I think Cook had a little flick at that. Fortunately for him, didn't get a little feather on it. That's an end of 103 overs, then 308 for 4. Glamorgan 10 in front. I'll disappear and let NASA come in.
Thank you, Jonathan. So the game once more in the balance, with Glamorgan effectively 10 for 4. There's boundary fielder Ben Code doing a bit of autograph signing for a youngster who's got Code's name on his bat now. And Root is into bowl, and Northeast pushes forward. The dismissal of Ingram has allowed Yorkshire to open the door. Can they kick their way through it and get into the lower order? Root in, pulls, no shot offered by Northeast. Wideish outside off stump. Air traffic control, how can I help you? Root in, bowls, Northeast forward defends to Bean at short leg. 308 for 4. If you're just joining us, Glamorgan have lost the 1 wicket today. Ingram caught Masood at long off off the bowling of Root for 113, and it is the said Joe Root who's still bowling, and Sam Northeast who turns it gently up to Masood, but in the circumstances does not try the quick single, even though the Yorkshire captain is set halfway back at mid-on. Root bowls. Northeast drives again firmly to Masood, who juggles it slightly but stops any run being taken. As Root's next delivery, down leg side, hopeful appeal for a catch. Nothing doing, says umpire Blackwell. 308 for 4. Just flicked possibly the top of Northeast pad on the way through. 308 for 4. Glamorgan effectively 10 for 4 though, and Yorkshire with high hopes, if they can get through this pair, of running through the middle to lower order.
Good afternoon, Nick.
Afternoon, Nasser.
Yeah, I went away a little bit from the ground hoping that there might be a clatter of wickets, but nothing doing until I came back and I saw that one from Root. So yeah, Yorkshire have got a sniff here. If they can just eke out Chris Cook, perhaps, the new batsman in, and it's going to be Moriarty. He's going to be bowling from the Kirksall Lane end to come in and bowl first ball of a new over. In he comes, pushed out in front of him by Cook.
Why has short leg been withdrawn?
Crazy. They've got to attack Chris Cook, the new batsman, haven't they? They've got to give themselves every chance here. I know that we keep saying there's time, but that's going to slowly wither away as Moriarty comes again. And that was left outside his off stump by Chris Cook. Fair to say the last of the recognised batsmen in Chris Cook, Nick?
Well, Bevan's playing as a batter, but he's inexperienced.
Moriarty, and again push forward by Cook, no run.
So in terms of people who have known capability of batting for long periods of time, then this partnership needs to be broken by Yorkshire.
Moriarty in again, this time pushed towards the leg side. No chance of a run there.
The danger is, of course, that the run rate will dry up with the departure of Ingram, and if Yorkshire do get a breakthrough, then Glamorgan won't be very far ahead.
It's Moriarty in again. This one, it's cut, and it's cut to the deep mid-wicket area, and the batsman will cross over for another single to Cook, and it's 309 for 4 now. The score, Cook on 2, Northeast. On the other side, he has made a very valuable century, 103 to his name. As Moriarty comes in again. This one pushed forward by Sam Northeast. Yeah, the quieter of the two batsmen when they were both in. Sam Northeast alongside, of course, Colin Ingram, much more belligerent, and in the end perhaps paying the price for that shot which was caught by Shan Masood off the bowling of Joe Root. The end of the over, it's Glamorgan 309 for 4, Sam Northeast, century to his name, and Cook has just come in, he's on 2.
Yeah, Yorkshire might have a quarter of an eye on the weather, with the possibility of the ground being affected by a shower later on. Still relatively low percentages according to the forecasters for the next couple of hours anyway. Joe Root bowls and Chris Cook is forward defending. Root, of course, has done so much for his team in this match. He's got 156 with the bat. He's got an accidental run out of Kieran Carlson. He was looking the other way and the ball rebounded off Root's shin pads, the keeper. And he's got the wicket of Ingram. Can he get another one as forward pushes Cook? Bean trots out from short leg. They have got a man on the drive now at shortish mid-wicket, as well as the 2 close catches in short leg and slip, as Cook on the back foot. Just to chop down on that one. Yorkshire getting excited. Root with ball back in hand. In comes Joe Root. Bowls. Ball flicks up just past short leg. There were shouts of catch it, but I don't think the ball had hit Cook's bat. No, it's very firmly off the middle of the pad. Next delivery from Root. Sees Cook driving it back to him. So Glamorgan's scoring is going absolutely nowhere at the moment. Dot balls being reeled off by the Yorkies. There's Root bowls and Cook defends it back to him. Root hurls the ball up to Joe Dombas for a bit more polishing before we get Dan Moriarty back in the action from this Kirkstall Lane end. And well, more nervous moments, I suspect a nervous hour or so for Welsh supporters as these two look to take things through towards tea at 3:40.
Yeah, Yorkshire won't mind seeing the batsman Cook in that case coming out, and yes, it came off the pad and there's no real opportunity there, but you never know, it might just snick off the bat, and that will be great for Yorkshire this afternoon. So it's Dan Moriarty who's going to carry on, see if he can take one of these 2 wickets. Northeast is going to be facing, and that's again just pushed out around the deep point area. No run there. Moriarty, this time push towards leg. No chance of a single there. The run's certainly drying up, and as Nick said, that could come to haunt Glamorgan later down the line. It's Moriarty in again. This time it's left outside his off stump by Northeast. Happy to let balls pass. play out time, despite the fact there is quite a chunk of time still to go. It's Moriarty, and again this one pushed forward just in front of his eyes. Nice forward defensive. Yorkshire tightening things up. A few applause from some of the supporters. That wicket just giving the Yorkies a bit of hope. As in comes Moriarty again, and this one played uppishly again to the offside. Mid-off area, no run there. Here's Moriarty. This one carefully played back along the ground towards the field, and there's no run. End of the over. Glamorgan 309 for 4. Sam North East has made a 103, and Cook, of course, is with him. Chris Cook, he's made 2.
There's an interesting article on the BBC Sport website about the calls from the PCA, with Joe Root prominently quoted to reduce the amount of domestic cricket and review a schedule that is not fit for purpose. So he says, having space to recover, prepare and improve your game during the season is crucial, and the creation of minimum standards to protect travel windows and player welfare is non-negotiable. So that is the argument being put forward by the Professional Cricketers Association. Joe Root in prominent action here, but response from county supporters is that most England players don't play that much county cricket anyway. As that one spat a bit from Root, and Cook did well to chop down on it and playing it out on the offside. But I agree with the players' concerns about the cases where they have to drive home at the end of lengthy matches. As Cook pushes forwards, and the ball just ends up virtually at his feet as he watched it in case it span back.
It's drive home and catch flights as well, with the international commitments of some players, isn't it?
Well, yes. As Cook pushes that one away on the leg side. But if they want the money, they have to make those sacrifices in terms of the flights, and, you know, no one's begrudging players from making as much money as they can from a short playing career. Down the pitch comes Cook and drives up to Masood at mid-on, and there is no run. Potentially risky from Cook. Leaving home, and he turns that one round the corner to Moriarty at short fine leg. There is no run. Glamorgan absolutely becalmed in terms of scoring rate at the moment. 6 wickets in hand. Root bowls. Cook pushes forward, is beaten outside off stump. Tassel removes the bails. Good over from Joe Root. Asks questions, but he's got one breakthrough. Can't quite make it another. So that article is on the BBC Sport website from the BBC cricket writer Stefan Schemmelt. Some interesting thoughts in there, but the counties, in terms of reducing matches in the schedule, will say, well, how can we get the same income from our members if we're offering them fewer matches? And there are a lot of the championship lovers who think that 14 at the moment is too few.
Yeah, this is the challenge, isn't it, that's facing counties. Often it's talked about is the Australian system is seen as this golden system, fewer counties, or fewer teams rather, as Moriarty comes in and bowls the first ball of a brand new over, and that's smacked through the offside, but couldn't beat the fielder mid-off by Sam North East. Attacking intent shown by the batsman, but didn't really get past the fielder on that occasion. Here comes Moriarty again, and this one went back onto his back foot there, just played it in front of him, little dabble. As Moriarty comes in again, this next delivery played away from his body by Northeast. Rather unusual shot, actually. Just sort of.
Well, it's shorter and flatter from Moriarty, wasn't it? And probably rather quicker as well. So he had to adapt his shot, even though his feet weren't in the right place.
Certainly, Joe Root fired a few as well, quicker earlier in the day. As Moriarty comes in again, this next one pushed out in front of him by Sam Northeast. No chances taking there. That Glamorgan lead now, 11 runs. So they look to bat out time and certainly add on to that 11 runs. 11 clearly no way enough. Moriarty in again, this next ball pushed out in front of him. Picked up by the fielder in the gully area, and there's going to be no run there. So quite a tight over again from Dan Moriarty. Just the 1 wicket to his name in this second innings so far. Here he comes again. And this one again pushed to the leg side, and the batsman will cross over for a quick single. And that's the end of the over, the end of the Moriarty over. Glamorgan 310 for 4, Sam Northeast 104, Cook 2, and the lead that Glamorgan have is 12 runs.
Yeah, it's the first time the scoreboard's moved for a while, wasn't it? That's single. They were 11 ahead for quite a while. Eddie Davis on X asks, it's a shame Sam Northeast didn't make the England side. What do you think was missing? Well, I've only seen him regularly, really, in the latter stages of his career. So he probably wouldn't have been considered into his 30s with Glamorgan, as Northeast plays this one to gully and there's no run. Overall, first class average of 39, which is very high standard. But I suppose England have had a settled middle order for much of the last decade, as Northeast plays it back to Root, who's one of the players who's occupied, quite rightly, those middle order places for those years. So maybe he hasn't quite had the consistency, as Northeast plays another one on the leg side at times during his career. He was superb in his first season with Glamorgan. Didn't really have the numbers last season to match it. But this second time he's passed 3 figures this season, as he defends another one back to Root. So I guess there are worse players who've played Test cricket for England, certainly, and I don't think anyone could have argued if he had been given a chance. As Northeast steps back, cracks that one into the offside. He's placed it rather than whacked it up towards deep extra cover, and they're through for comfortable 2 runs. Northeast moves onwards to 106, 312 for 4. The lead is 14 runs. As that spat a bit from Joe Root on Northeast. He did well to dead bat that one. Root ruefully clapping his hands together. On the debate on the schedule, Litchfield says it's the Blast and to some extent the One Day Cup that are the biggest offenders. Sussex, for example, play at Chelmsford on the 14th of June, Hove the next day, Taunton on the 18th and Hove on the 19th. Other teams will have similar challenges. So Interesting times. Jonathan is back temporarily with a radio update somewhere along the way.
Yeah, Yorkshire sort of do 2 homes, 2 aways during that competition because they got 2 at York in the space of 3 days and 2 at Scarborough in the space of 3 days in certain weeks of it. Starting off with 2 away games, I think it is first. Here's Moriarty. Bowling there to Cook, who's solidly behind it. Yeah, expect an update any moment from down at BBC Radio Sheffield. Moriarty turns again, around the wicket, and Cook once again pushing forward. Still not out of the woods, but if you think about realistically, if they can get down to 15 overs to go, another 30 overs of batting, should be handshake time, job done. Too far in front, you would think, unless Yorkshire can really stymie the progress. There was another dot there, just eased out backward of point to Joe Root. Moriarty wide on the crease, spears that one in. There is some evidence of turn, but Cook read it well. Back with Moriarty. Couple to come as he comes in then, floats this one up. There's a little bit of, maybe a bit of drift about it. Not easy to tell precisely from the angle that we're standing at, or I'm standing at live doing the commentary. But once again blocked. Final ball of the over then. Moriarty in again, and a repeat after me. Solidly blocked by Chris Cook. 111 overs complete in this Glamorgan second innings. 312 for 4. I might as well keep it for the moment. We have some travel going out that we can't hear, but we've got lovely travel music bed. Route to continue at the Howard Stand end. To bowl here to Sam Northeast on 106, not out. Here we go with the update. Hello Becky, hello everyone. Yep, Glamorgan 312 for 4 on a day where Yorkshire started it needing to take 6 wickets to either win the match or give themselves a chance of winning the match, and they've managed just one of those in all of the cricket that we've seen today, which is so far 51 overs of play. Colin Ingram made it to 113 before he lofted one and was caught, well caught actually, by Yorkshire captain Shan Masood off the bowling of Joe Root for 113. Sam Northeast, the Glamorgan captain, 106 not out, and Chris Cook, just joining him more recently, is not out too. And so Glamorgan have gone in front in the match by 14 runs at this stage. Effectively they're 14 for 4, but time is running out. The scoreboard saying 44.4 overs remaining in the match, give or take. And so Yorkshire, well, they still need to take wickets if they're going to force a win.
As Root is in to bowl to Northeast, who's stretching forward and defending towards silly mid-off. Tattersall is back from, or out from behind the stumps to pick it up and lob it back to Root. Chris Cook, a very cautious start, 2 off 35 balls in 34 minutes, but Glamorgan trying to prevent any sort of drama coming into the situation as another ball lobs off Northeast's pads into the hands of short leg. Bean giving a little bit of applause to his bowler. It's a mid-wicket on the drive for the miss-hit shot from Northeast, who comes down the wicket and belts one through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Well, Northeast just showing that he's not entirely passive. Harry Brook dived spectacularly in that short mid-wicket position, but the ball sizzled past him, and Northeast, to be fair, met that one on the full. Saw Root flighting it up a little bit and took his opportunity. to put it away. Northeast to 110. As he turns the next one gently towards Harry Brook. And there's no run. 316 for 4 Glamorgan. Only 18 runs in the lead. 44 overs remaining, it says on the board. But there is the big but, of course, that Yorkshire might actually bowl more than that. So we might be looking at time again, as we were yesterday, rather than actually overs bowled. And in terms of time, we've got 1 hour and 6 minutes until the tea break. Still, I feel Yorkshire in with a decent shout if they can get rid of one of these 2 experienced men at the crease at the moment.
Yeah, they'll be looking to get one of these 2 wickets, if not both. Don Moriarty now in conversation with Shan Masood, looking to employ an attacking field. A slip in there as well, of course. And now helmet being given to one of the fielders who looks as though he's going to come in close in. Perhaps in leg slip. With Cook facing, Cook is the wicket they really need. The lesser experience of the 2 batsmen in. With all due respect to him. And he will, of course, be facing Dan Moriarty for this first ball, and he pushes out to the offside, no run.
Yeah, experience in terms of being the newer batter at the wicket.
Yep.
Rather than his history.
In comes Moriarty again, and this next one played down into the leg sides and picked up by the fielder Don Bess and thrown back to Moriarty. The batsman will cross over for a single as I try to compete with the aircraft flying above to Leeds Bradford Airport.
Yeah, I've been turning them down once they get too loud on the effects microphone.
Yes, Cook again facing up to Moriarty, and this one nudged out into the leg side, and Bess picks up again, throws to Tattersall behind the stumps. No run there. Silence again here at Headingley as Moriarty comes in. This next is cut by Cook. I beg your pardon, by Northeast. And straight to the field at square leg. No run. Here's Moriarty again. And Northeast allowing the ball to pass his off stump. And straight through to Tattersall, and Lythe, who's behind the stumps as well. No real damage from a Glamorgan point of view. It's Moriarty. He's in again. This next one is again left alone by the batsman, by Sam Northeast, and picked up by Tattersall behind the stumps. And another over successfully dealt with by the Glamorgan batsmen, as Glamorgan 317 now for the loss of 4 wickets. They lead by 19 runs. Cook has made 3 off 39 runs. On the other side, it's Sam Northeast, the captain, 110 for him.
Yeah, 3 off in 39 minutes, certainly slow going for Chris Cook. But just happy to prod and push and not worry about the attacking opportunities unless a really bad ball presents itself. And to be fair to Yorkshire, there have been few of those. Root has bowled 17 overs, 1 for 35 now, and Cook is driving this one through the offside. There'll probably be a couple of runs here as Revis motors round the outfield, picks it up and doesn't even bother throwing it in, just lobs it to the nearest fielder because they're safely back for 2 runs. 319 for 4. Northeast is 110. Cook is 5. It's probably my turn to give way to Jonathan fairly soon, but no hurry as Cook pushes forward and defends. We'll let Jonathan nibble his nuts in peace. Get the correct nutrition on board for another spell at the microphone. Very important, of course. Nutrition, hydration, and other such fancy sounding things as Cook comes down the wicket and plays it back to Root. No run. Cook 5, Northeast 110. Ingram, the man, gone for 113. Caught at long off the bowling of Root. And Cook gently works this one away into the deep on the offside. Revis comes in from the boundary to field. 320 for 4. Cook moves to 6 not out. Still just the one slip, short leg, and a man on the drive at mid-wicket, and that's down leg side from Root. Not sure what's it hit off, if anything, on the way through. 4 runs signalled, so it must have been just a little slither of bat from Northeast, as that was a full toss down leg side and a very gentle guide from Northeast to get it down to the boundary.
All a bit clumsy, wasn't it, really?
It was indeed. Getting a little bit darker again suddenly. Light's not on at the moment as Northeast deflects this one past Bean at short leg. Down to short backward square. There is no run. Glamorgan 324 for 4. They lead by 26 runs. And there is, crucially in time terms, an hour for Yorkshire to do their best to inflict damage before the tea interval and determine how sweet those teas taste in the respective dressing rooms.
Moriarty to continue then from the Kirkstall Lane end. A little bit more of a sultry feel about the afternoon, with about as low as the cloud has been ominously on the day so far. So is the weather now going to close ranks with Glamorgan and help to thwart the Yorkies, or are they going to be good enough to fashion a win out of this? Moriarty is in and bowling to Cook, who defends into the offside, no run. They've certainly given themselves, or gave themselves, every chance of doing so, but haven't been able to force it. Moriarty to Cook with that slightly open stance and the pointing of toe. There's a jump skyward from Adam Lai that slip as that ball goes past the outside edge of Cook's bat. Bales removed by Tattersall. Good delivery. I haven't seen that many, have we? For all the deliveries that have been bowled today that have beaten the bat. And he comes again, this time a little straighter, and it skews away really off a thickish inside edge down towards fine leg. Jordan Thompson, lickety split across the outfield, keeps them to 1. 3 gone in the over, brings Northeast back onto strike. Pregnant pause between deliveries. And here comes the Reigate-born left arm spinner once again. That's flicked through mid-wicket, and Bess will get round to field and keep them to 1. Largely gone with a ring field during the day. I mentioned the fact that there'd been a sweeper out. Nick has expressed his surprise at that on a few occasions. Similar feeling as well. Moriarty floats this delivery up, and Northeast covers the off stump and allows it to go through. Sort of felt like there might be more fielders round the bat, just adding some pressure. Fielders in the eye line and all of that. just to change it up a little bit from time to time as Cook is down the pitch and padding off into the leg side. Final ball of that 115th over. So Glamorgan 326 for 4. Steady progress, 2.83 per over. But you can't knock them for that. They are doing the job here, and they lead by 28 runs. And you're getting closer and closer to turning what looked like a defeat into a draw.
Yeah, it's going to be Joe Root again. See if he can add to his earlier wicket. He's going to bowl from the Howard stand end. Come in again. And bowling to Sam Northeast. This one dabbled around the corner, past second slip. The batsman come round and pick up a single. And it's going to be Cook who's going to be facing now. Very experienced batsman in terms of games and age, but perhaps he was the one that Yorkshire perhaps thought once Colin Ingram had left they could get out quite quickly and cheaply, but Root comes in. This next delivery is pushed out again. The batsman will cross over for one more single. That lead now 30 runs. Here comes Joe Root again. This next one is cut by Sam Northeast. Takes his total up to 117. So both batsmen batting relatively with ease here.
Famous last words.
Indeed. As Joe Root comes in, next one pushed out in front of him. That's what I was hoping from a Yorkshire point of view. One more wicket.
And he's got him. He's gone.
That's why I went away from Headingley for an hour or two, thinking I'll come back to a clatter of wickets. Didn't quite happen. Here's Joe Root again. Let's see if he can make things happen. This next delivery is... Oh! Has he got him? Yes, Joe Root has taken another wicket in the afternoon. He's got the wicket of Cook for 8, and Yorkshire with another important breakthrough in the context of the game, with Glamorgan only leading by 31 runs now. So 2 wickets for 45 for Joe Root this afternoon. The wicket of Chris Cook to go there for just 8 runs.
Yep, 48 minutes at the crease, 49 deliveries. But he's sneaked one through, and the middle stump has gone, flattened.
We're talking about Joe Root's role in this game, century to his name, the wicket that happened yesterday, and now a couple of wickets from him this afternoon as well. So certainly lady luck following Joe Root around.
Yeah, Chris Cook walks off disconsolate. What will that do as far as changing the game is concerned? Hard to tell. It's all happened, and yeah, he's got a bottom edge on it, hasn't he?
Yep.
It was hard to tell whether he'd just missed it or he'd gone past the inside edge. He's just trickled back onto the stumps. I think I said middle stump poleaxed.
Yep. He's got an open stance.
Was the middle stump poleaxed, or did I imagine that? Just looking again.
It's
trickled onto the stumps.
It's just trickled, hasn't it?
It looked from this angle like the stump. It looks as though there's no stump in the middle, doesn't it?
No.
From where we're sitting. Please tell me I'm right. Yeah, it looks like there are 2 stumps either side, and there's nothing in the middle, and it looked like the middle stump had gone. It hadn't.
No.
But whichever way you look at it, the bells came off, and it did hit middle stump.
Yorkshire will not mind any job on that. Whatever way they come.
So Tom Bevan makes his way out to the middle. Mighty Mariners saying, just shake hands now, it's going to be a draw. David Bates saying, Yorkshire looking bereft of ideas. I'd give Brooke a go to change things. Definitely need Dom Best back on soon.
It's Joe Root working his magic this afternoon.
And Slim Boy Fat saying cheers.
And it's going to be Bevan who's going to be facing this last delivery. Applause in the crowd, perhaps the crowd sensing a change of fortune.
A slightly different knock from Chris Cook, wasn't it? Colin Ingram was taking it to the bowling attack on numerous occasions. Chris out there for 40 odd minutes for just the 8. No boundaries.
Root comes in, last delivery of this ball, and that again, it's squirted past his leg stump, and that's going to head towards the boundary, is it? It's going to be pulled in just in front of the ropes, or can't see from here. No, it's got to the boundary. Yeah, another attacking shot played by the new batsman, by Bevan. Got his 4 runs, but Yorkshire won't mind a jot if Glamorgan continue to bat like that. And applause now from the crowd at the end of a very successful over for Yorkshire. Joe Root, 2 wickets to his name now. 49 runs coming off his overs so far. 19 overs he's bowled.
It still looks like there is no middle stump at this end. Please put a stump in there. Oh, no, you can see it now, and now the batter walked to the other side of it. So it's going to be Moriarty to continue. All of a sudden it feels like a bit of something is happening. Vitally for Glamorgan, captain Sam Northeast, he of playing the long game is still out there. 117 not out. He's been out there a long time. 273 deliveries, 327 minutes. And he's on strike here. 2 slips now brought in all of a sudden. How has that changed? It's the same batter. What's happened there? That's been dropped into the leg side. There's no run. Short leg not in place at this moment in time. Finlay Bean, who normally occupies that spot, has the helmet on and is fielding round the corner at 45 behind square. Moriarty in again, and Northeast, who might just about have his eye in at this point, just pushing back to the bowler in his follow through. 1 for 113 for Moriarty in the second innings. Ooh, that one turned fairly sharply, but as he has done throughout, again, Northeast rocking back, giving himself plenty of room, cracking it away out to this sweeping bend code, gets a single. Now Moriarty, delighted that the county backed him, he said in his interview with me the other night. Certainly backing him here with nearly 47 overs bowled in this innings. That 1 wicket to show for it. Bean back up and under the lid at short leg with Bevan on strike. Still the 2 slips in place. Moriarty wide on the crease round the wicket. Bevan pushing forward into the offside and Brookfields, no run. Thomas Bevan, 22, caught Bean bowled Bess in the first innings. That reverse sweep into his pad that ballooned up in the air to short leg. Another dot ball. Bevan just dropping that into the pitch. 1 to come in the over. Moriarty in again, straight this time, and forces Bevan to play off the back foot. Bean does the fielding, so 117 now bowled, and 39 remaining in the match from this point. As Nick mentioned, T340, and that is fixed on day 3, or day 4 even, probably on day 3 as well sometimes, but certainly fixed on day 4. 334 for 5, 36 runs ahead, Glamorgan.
And it's going to be Joe Root to continue. Sam Northeast facing up to him. It's next first ball of this new over, just dabbled out in front of him by Northeast. There's going to be no run there. A lot of responsibility now lying on his shoulders. He's got to somehow steer both Bevan and the other batsman to safety. They're going to salvage a draw as Root comes in. This one pushed towards leg side, and the batsman will cross over for a quick single. And I guess this is where Joe Root can really put on some pressure on the new batsman, on Bevan. The highest first-class score of 48. As Root comes in. His first ball is played into the offside for a single. Nicely played.
Yeah, if he even gets half of those today, just the time it'll take, and supporting Northeast if he can stay with him. Again, it's going to run down quite a few overs.
Here's Root again. This time it's left outside his off stump by Bevan.
Yeah, just trying to tempt him with a wide one. Slung that in a bit flatter, did Joe.
Here comes Joe again. This one pushed out in front of him by Bevan. Nothing, no run there. And this next one is a square cut. And that's pushed into the offside. That's the end of the over. The end of the over, 336 for 5. Glamorgan, Bevan has made 5. Sam Northeast has made 119. The lead, Glamorgan's, is 38.
Moriarty to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. Yeah, it's pretty grey overhead at this moment in time. There's one particularly dark cloud that looks right over the top. Some further air traffic, so still the 2 slips. Northeast on strike, and therefore Finley Bean has gone to 45 behind square, not a short leg. Moriarty bowling to him, one that turns sharply this time. That really did turn, and has the measure of a man who's got 120 runs on the board against his name in this one innings. Didn't know too much about that one. Oh, it's finally doing all sorts. Moriarty in past umpire Newell. This one straighter, helped around the corner. Finley Bean. He looks like he's almost got sort of diving equipment on.
Yeah.
Helmet and that sort of Michelin man feel with the shin pads on.
How do you field in all of that stuff?
Moriarty in again, and this time Northeast has a more comfortable passage through for a single, flicking away into the leg side for Jordan Thompson to come round and do the fielding. Bit of polish applied to the ball, or the sleeve polishing it, I should say, before you get any ideas. Don Bess was the man, and it's back with Moriarty. Wide on the crease again, bit of drift in here, and that is just flicked around the corner by Bevan. Just feels like there's been a change in the last 5-10 minutes.
Certainly when he bowls it on that line just near the off stump, he's getting something.
Bevan on 9. Moriarty in again with this one, and Bevan watching it nicely, drops it into the offside. Just a couple more to come in the over. 2 wickets to have fallen today. Colin Ingram for 113 and Chris Cook for 8, both victims of Joe Root. Moriarty, he's got him to fall over one here. It's drifted down the leg side. Everybody up. Johnny Tattersall is appealing in the next over. It's taken so long before he's finished with the vocals there.
Now,
Now then, that's been given as a leg bye.
Did it hit his back pad?
Haven't seen it back, just what I saw first time around. Those who can see the replay, yeah, it's missing leg. He's fallen over everything, but...
Oh, no, it's the front.
No, well, possibly pitching outside leg, as Nick's saying. Actually, looking at it again, saying it's missing leg.
I thought it hit his back pad.
It's hit his back leg.
Yeah, his back leg, didn't it?
Yeah, it might be. It might be hitting leg stump. It's not that easy to tell. Oh, maybe. The more you look at it, the more you think actually. But to be fair to Mark Newell, he only had one look at it. And the more you look at it, the more you think, yeah, it might well have hit the leg stump.
As Joe Root comes in, first ball of it, brand new over, passes the outside edge of the bat of Bevan.
The fact that it disappeared off down the leg side clearly didn't help the fielding side's cause there.
Root in again. Next ball. Push forward. Who's and ahs.
I think it's fair to say Bevan looking a little vulnerable here in the early part of his knock, just like many do. Face 10 now.
And he's going to face up now to Joe Root. Root in again, and this one played out in front of him. No run. So that Glamorgan lead now, 41 runs. As Joe Root comes in again, this next delivery is pushed forward. Yeah, Glamorgan 339 for 5. Sam Northeast still there. He's on 121. He's pretty much holding this innings together at this stage. He's going to need some support. Bevan's helping him out at this stage as well. He's facing up. Joe Root. Next delivery just pushed out. Picked up by Adam Lyth in the slip area. No run.
Can he find a third wicket, Joe?
In he comes again. This next one just pushed out. And that is the end of Joe Root's over. 339 for 5 Glamorgan. They're leading by 41 runs.
Yeah, Yorkshire still pressing. Clearly won't get it up yet. Further rain interruptions at Middlesex. No play before tea because of rain at Lords. The latest from there, and this, therefore, the only match in the men's comp in play. Blaze are playing the Thunder at Nottingham Trent Bridge in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. The Blaze made 174, Thunder 90 for 1, and looking favourites to win that with 30 odd overs to go, as the first delivery of this Moriarty over is turned into the leg side by Sam Northeast, and Don Best does the fielding. 35.5 overs remain on the board, although we'll see how we go on that front, dependent upon where we are a little bit later in the day. Moriarty is in, that's turned into the leg side by Northeast. But Yorkshire, well, they're in the hunt now. They feel like they're a bit more in the mood. It was fairly docile, fairly quiet out there for long periods this morning. But they've had to be very patient. Will they be rewarded for that? Moriarty to Northeast, who turns it square on the leg side. Tattersall out. And they'll certainly be looking back on that decision, the final ball of the previous over. And I should imagine they'll feel that the finger should have been raised and Bevan should have been given. Moriarty is in again. That's cracked away for 4 off the back foot by Northeast. He's latched onto many of those during this 125 that he's now on. Too much width from Moriarty, just dropped it too short. And it got every bit of the treatment that it really deserved. 343 for 5. But yeah, that final ball of the previous over, Bevan. Maybe a bit of debate about where it pitched. It certainly turned sharply and was probably going to hit leg stump from the angle we're sitting at, which is where I was commentating when I called it as going down. We're about 7 strips away to the right, and the ball obviously skewed away down the leg side as well, and it just felt like it was a bit that way inclined.
Yeah,
but on seeing it on the footage, not really the case. Now then, North East just turned that one into the leg side, dot ball. Jordan Thompson's been brought up. Ben Code's been brought up. They're trying to keep North East down that end, and therefore Bevan at this. And they've succeeded in doing that because North East couldn't get it past Matthew Revis at point. So that's the end of 121 overs in this Glamorgan second innings. 343 for 5. 45 run lead. They're not out of the woods just yet, but time running out with every passing delivery for Yorkshire, who still need 5 more wickets before they can have a go at the Glamorgan total, or total in the match.
Yeah, it's going to be Joe Root to carry on. Yeah, that had that appeal gone Yorkshire's way, certainly would have helped their cause. Fine margins in this game as Joe Root comes in. First ball, new over, push back towards Joe Root, and there's no run there. They've got the right batsman in, facing Bevan, the lesser experience of the two. Captain on the other side, Sam North East. As Bevan faces again, this one pushed out into the offside. It's going to be Root again. Here he comes, and he bowls, and this one pushed out quite nicely by Bevan. No real danger to him there.
How good is Root, says David Collicutt. Is there enough time for Yorkshire to force a result? Well, that's cricket, isn't it? Yeah, of course there is, because it only takes 5 balls.
Here he comes again, Joe Root, the aforementioned, and that one again.
Andrew Christie asking how the weather is. Need 2 more hours, I think, he says. A bit dark overhead, but no floodlights on.
As Root comes in again, this next delivery, again pushed out quite nice and neatly in front of him by Bevan. No threat from that delivery. Maybe trying to set him up. Maybe a quicker delivery. As Root comes in again, this next delivery, push forward, an appeal from Joe Root, but nothing doing. And that delivery there, pitching, yeah, outside and quite high as well by the looks of things, I think.
I think vitally missing, yeah, missing off stump as well.
Indeed.
So, another over ticks by, and Moriarty is going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. 343 for 5, still 45 ahead. What are they going to come up with here? Joe Root is making a beeline for Shan Masood and Dan Moriarty down towards this end of the ground. In fact, it looks as though they might be leaving the field. Having had a word with both those, as well as Don Bess. Root just going to nip off. Got 32 minutes before the tea break. There's a congregation of fielders having a chat down behind the stumps at the Howard Stand end.
And I'm going to give way to Nick at this stage for the last half an hour or so before the tea interval.
George Hill coming on to replace Joe for, well, what may be an over, we'll see. Adam Lyth at first slip. Harry Brooks gone in for a chat with them. See if he stays in at second. Hill's just come on at mid-on. Jordan Thompson is out on the mid-wicket boundary. Finley Bean backward of square leg, still with shin pads on but no helmet, but that may now change as well because he's taken the cap off, sticking it down the back of his trousers, and he's putting the helmet on. So what are they going to try and come up with here? He's gone in at leg slip. Harry Brook has gone backward of square leg, so just a leg slip and one slip, and Moriarty sets the feet, comes in and throws that left arm out, and then bowls left arm round the wicket at Sam Northeast, who just pushes one back to Don Bess in the offside.
I think we could be looking at time rather than overs again today, such
so.
as the Yorkshire over 8 been.
Moriarty floats another one up, and Northeast, his powers of concentration are absolutely immense. 347 minutes he's been out there around the various breaks and overnights. Moriarty in again. Ooh, nearly lost his concentration with that one, rocking back. He's rocked back and played it in front of square on the offside really well throughout this knock. He was trying to hit that squarer, and he wasn't so far away from getting a nick. Moriarty in again, this time a little straighter, and Northeast drops it into the leg side. Already 4 into this over. Encouragement out there in the field as Moriarty comes in again, drops this one shorter. This time Northeast does get it away square on the offside, falling over backward almost, but vitally kept his eye on the ball and picks up a single. 126 now to him. 46 runs the lead. Do you get the impression this one could go right down to the wire?
My nerves are certainly on high alert from a Welsh point of view.
2 slips back in place plus a short leg. Bevan pushes forward, inside edge on it. Pushed through, I think, a bit more there by Moriarty. Jordan Thompson did the fielding round backward of square leg. No run, end of the over, 344 for 5. The lead still that 46 runs, so Glamorgan still with work to do. And Richard Mallender says, afternoon Doidge, you're still a bit of life in this one. Looking at the replay of that LBW shout, it may just have pitched outside leg stump, with the umpire only having the chance to make a decision. I think it was probably fair enough. Time for Best to bowl? Question mark. Well, there you go, Rich.
He's called it.
He's coming on at the Howard stand end.
Don Bess, blonde hair visible in the darkening conditions. Would have thought the lights
He
would
said,
have been,
hopefully.
thought the lights would have been on in this sort of light level, to be honest. In terms of the forecasts, the Met Office says Yorkshire probably hasn't got anything to worry about. The BBC's suggesting that thundery showers are very much in the area as Bess bowls a quicker delivery. And Northeast deflects it down into the gully where it's fielded by Hill, and there is no run. Will you stop flying those planes overhead when we're trying to play cricket here or watch cricket? Northeast steps forward and defends once more, but Yorkshire really are whizzing through so many overs that I think we'd better stop talking about overs remaining in the match and talk about 27 minutes till tea plus 2 hours or thereabouts afterwards as Northeast works one away on the leg side. Oohs and ahs from Bess, but it was kept along the ground, and Bevan called him through for a single. What's happened to Bess? There, he's down on one leg. Did he slip trying to catch it on the return? Oh no, he wasn't watching.
Just hit him on the ankle, I think. Yeah.
Oh,
Shin maybe.
watch the ball, Dominic. He actually wasn't looking there when the throw came to the non-striker's end. Right, what else is needed in terms of equipment for Yorkshire. Is it someone else going under the lid?
Yeah, Cabirelli just bringing out a helmet for George Hill.
Subfielder wearing 18. Joe Root having departed. Matthew Fisher being off the field all day today with an ankle injury. And obviously we hope there's nothing wrong with Root, but was it my imagination, or was he just looking, moving a little bit awkwardly after that long bowling spell? Maybe something's sore there as Bess bowls and Bevan pushes forward. Bean fields.
I didn't notice that, I've got to say, but you might be right.
As Bess bowls again, Bevan on the back foot, digs it out well. Maybe just something a little sore after an unexpectedly long bowling spell. As Bess's next delivery finds Bevan stretching forward. Just 5 runs to Bevan's credit, and 4 of those were rather fortunate inside edge off his first ball down to fine leg. Traffic control certainly being kept busy on a bank holiday Monday. Glamorgan 345 for 5. They're just 47 runs in the lead. A reminder of the batting to come: James Harris, Mason Crane, Jamie McIlroy and Mir Hamza. First 2 of those, Harris and Crane, with first-class 50s to their credit this season. In Crane's case, that was a maiden 50. And then Jamie McIlroy and Mir Hamza bringing up the tail.
Moriarty to continue from the Kirkstall end. I don't know if it's just me. I know they've both taken exactly the same number of wickets in this match, Bess and Moriarty. 5 apiece, 4 in the first innings each and 1 in the second each. Moriarty is in, and that's full and leg stumpish and whipped away by Northeast for a single. But it feels to me when he's bowling like Dom Bess feels more likely to find a way through here. It has done on the previous occasions we've seen him in this Glamorgan second innings, but that's not backed up by the scoreboard, is it? Because they've both got the 1, although he has bowled the better part of 20 overs fewer than Moriarty.
Yeah, Bess got decent wickets in the first innings. Ingram, Carlson, Bevan, so 3 of his victims were specialist batters.
There's also an element of theatre with Dom, because he does get down on one knee, and so he's kind of making you think maybe more often that he was close. Moriarty's not frightened of an appeal either. Bevan has got this away somehow, and Bess in pursuit. He loves to get mucky, does Dom, and he's done just that, running down towards the Howard stand then. They got a run. Was it off the bat? No, thigh pad, I think. Didn't see a signal.
No.
There was ball watching, I'm afraid.
Bevan remains on 5.
So leg bite. Field disperses slightly with Northeast back on strike. Moriarty in again, and Northeast pushing into the offside. And Brookfield, I can't remember as many aircraft going past in a previous commentary. I mean, this is every 2 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, bank holidays obviously a key time to get off the sunshine.
Well, they're coming back.
Or coming back.
Yeah,
oh,
unless they're coming here for some sunshine. Is Moriarty with a side-arm delivery. Turned into the leg side.
And why wouldn't you rock up on the Yorkshire Riviera for sunshine?
20's plenty.
It's going to be nudging 20 later this week by the look of it here.
Moriarty wide on the crease, throws that arm out again, and Northeast solidly behind that, stroking it back into the offside for Brook to field. It's almost like marking time for the next event to happen here. And off comes Jordan Thompson from the mid-wicket boundary. Moriarty. In he comes, round the wicket, turned into the leg side by Northeast, but fielded by George Hill at mid-on to complete over number 125. with Glamorgan now on 347 for 5 and a lead of 49 runs.
Yeah, 21 minutes until the tea interval. We could, if Yorkshire are still pressing for victory, see more than the allocated overs bowled in the day once more. As if they need them, that is. As Tom Bevan settles for a new over from Dom Bess and turns that one down to short fine leg. There is no run. BBC forecasters still thinks there'll be a thundery shower in the next hour or so. As Bevan stretches forward and defends, no run.
If that comes, it's probably going to spell the end. If it means full covers on.
Next delivery from Bess. Bevan stretching forward, oohs and hours as Bevan makes sure he gets bat and pad very firmly thrust forward. Getting close to the pitch of the ball. Hit on the pad there, I think, rather than the bat involved. As Bevan pushes forward and somehow manages to flick the ball away with a second movement of the bat, completely accidentally. That was an unusual one, but luckily for Bevan, it didn't cause him any harm. That one's down leg side, juggled and eventually caught by Johnny Tats. Challenging one for the keeper, spun sharply. And Tattersall there, that looks like me keeping wicket. Took about 5 goes to grab it. Bess bowls, Bevan forward. 347 for 5. Well, this is a young man in Tom Bevan playing just his 3rd first-class match. High score of 48. And this is by no means his natural inclination. He's more often seen in Glamorgan's white ball side. He's played 50-over matches. He's got a one-day cup century. He's had a go at the top of the order in the T20 side. So this really is not natural Tom Bevan, but obviously under orders, although obviously there's a benefit to Glamorgan getting further ahead if they can, but he's not going to risk too much as he looks to grab this chance and stay in the first team.
But it's Northeast on strike for this first ball of Moriarty's latest from Kirkstall Lane End. Again, a bit slingy. And a feigned shot, football style, from Moriarty, who looks into the distance to see Jordan Thompson on the mid-wicket boundary. Moriarty in again. And right on cue, Jordan Thompson comes in from the mid-wicket boundary to field this latest flick to the leg side by Northeast. 129 to him now, 348 for 5. Bang on 50, the Glamorgan lead. Moriarty. In he comes. Wide on the crease, and Bevan pushing forward into the offside. No run. He's faced 32 now. Tom Bevan. He'll have got used to the light and what's coming down from both ends here. So getting himself nicely in from Glamorgan's point of view. Another drop into the leg side, which Finlay Bean fields. They've got leg slip as well as Adam Lyth at slip and Bean. For some company for Bevan. Harry Brook also in a catching position at short extra cover. As Moriarty bowls another one, probably round about middle and leg stump. Safely dealt with. Moriarty has a scratch at the crease line with his boot, and he's back and taking a turn to come in once again. This one a little wider, and again evidence of a fair bit of turn. Bevan plays a nice cut shot but can't get it past the infield to complete yet another over, so just 29 theoretically remaining in the match. Joe Root is coming back out. And I would imagine that means George Hill is coming back off. Yep, looks like it. So 3:49 for 5, the lead 51, and Yorkshire still searching pretty desperately at the moment for further Glamorgan wickets.
Well, relief for Yorkshire and for England there, with Root re-emerging onto the field. And it looks as though he's going to go straight under the lid. He's put a helmet on. And will he be added to the close infield? Yep, about time really. Get an extra man round the bat.
I think he's just put his cap on under his lid.
Well, he's at leg slip anyway, so he needs needs a helmet. What is it about the Root family and their headgear? As Best starts new over to North East, who defends. And Billy came out to do his post-play interview the other day wearing both a cap and a bobble hat, which was somewhat fashion forward. 3:48 for 5, Glamorgan lead by 50. North East defends on the leg side. We've got 2¼ hours left to play effectively. Yorkshire might fancy a thrash for the last hour if they get the chance, as that one really bounced on North East, but he played it well. Down backward of square on the offside and settles for a single. As Matthew Revis comes round the cover boundary, did well to cut them down to a single and give Yorkshire the chance to bowl at the less experienced batter Tom Bevan. Hanging on in there after coming perilously close to playing on first ball. To Root, stretches forward, defends to short leg. No run. 3:49 for 5. Best bowls. Bevan back on his stumps. That must be close. Not out. Well, he was playing back there, Tom Bevan. Their impassioned appeals hit reasonably high, I think above the pad. Round about the central area, in fact. And on a bad day for Glamorgan, the umpire might have said that's clipping the top of the stumps. As Bevan pulls this one round and gets a bit of an edge, and it goes nowhere in particular, as Yorkshire for a moment thought they had another chance. And a shaky over for young Tom Bevan, but he survived it. It's 3:49 for 5 with 13 minutes left till tea.
Was it going over the top?
There was enough doubt. Enough doubt as we see another replay. There's quite a bit of bounce. And a bit of turn, a lot of factors for the umpires. And as I said, maybe it is the turn of Yorkshire to suffer 1 or 2 marginal decisions against them, having had the benefit of 1 or 2 earlier in the match.
North East then on strike on 130. Moriarty, who is going to go over the wicket by the looks of things. So slight change guard-wise for the Glamorgan skipper. Still leg slip plus Adam Lyth at orthodox slip in place. Moriarty midway between stumps and return crease with that first delivery and picked off for an easy single square on the leg side. 52 of the lead. Another delivery goes by. Finley Bean comes back in under the helmet. Joe Root looks like he's going to return one to his head as well.
Middlesex against Leicestershire, match abandoned as a draw.
Last man standing, I think. Moriarty round the wicket to Bevan, who turns it into the deck, and Finley Bean does the fielding. No run. 12 minutes to go before the tea break, and then 2 hours of cricket, perhaps. Moriarty in, back foot. Bevan gets the elbow high and punches it to Harry Brook at short extra cover. No run. Quick wipe of the ball on the bottom of his shirt by the bowler, and then dropped out into the offside again. This latest delivery angled in at about off stump. Ali Maiden and Harry Booker from the Yorkshire staff walking round the boundary edge to our right, but they're going the wrong way. They're going right for runs here, as Moriarty bowling to Bevan, who goes back foot.
Is that a thing?
Hands on head. I thought it was right for runs and the other way if you wanted wickets to tumble.
Haven't heard that one before.
Moriarty in again. Bevan sweeps firmly, gets 4. Nobody away down at long leg because they're all up and around the bat. Moriarty just dragging that one down. Bevan moves on to 9 with that boundary off the final ball of the over. 129 of those complete in this Glamorgan second innings. So I reckon they've batted for 50 overs more than they did in the first.
Yep.
354 for 5. They lead by 56.
Still a way to go though, Yorkshire. If they get one more before tea, they'll have a little bit of impetus going into the break, and Dom Bess will try and provide it. Bowling to Sam Northeast. If they get him, they really will fancy their chances. As Northeast drives into the offside and takes the single off the first ball of the over. No thought at the moment of protecting the less experienced batter.
Barring that one where he stepped back and had a cut a few overs ago, he looked totally on trouble, hasn't he? Throughout.
Zen-like almost. As Bess bowls to Bevan, who pulls uppishly but short of the fielder at deep backward square. Impassioned shouts of catch. Ben Code couldn't get to it, but Bevan needs to be careful on those pull shots. Needs to nail them or not play
Risky.
them.
Very risky.
Single taken. Bevan into double figures. Northeast drives to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So still the nerves jangle among Welsh supporters. As Bess bowls, Northeast turns it off his legs down to fine leg. Will go through for a single. Northeast moves to 133. The total to 357 for 5. Morgan 59 runs ahead. As Bess bowls, and Northeast, Bevan pushes forward and is beaten by that one. So Bevan still looking a little bit jittery at the crease, as that one turned a long way through the gate and wasn't too far away from the off stump. Really good delivery from Dom Bess, who comes in again to bowl, and Bevan on the back foot gets his bat down French cricket style to a ball that kept quite low. 8 minutes to go till tea. A few threatening skies in the vicinity of Leeds, but so far the weather has smiled on Yorkshire, and Glamorgan have 7 minutes to survive till the tea interval and regroup a little bit further. I think 26 overs after tea is going to be a bit irrelevant, and it'll call for a bit of time wasting from the Glamorgan batters, I think, because Yorkshire are going to get more in if they're needed and if the weather stays clear.
Yeah, quite a few more as well. So, Moriarty to continue. Finley Bean's gone to mid-on in his helmet and shin pads, which is quite comical, and comes in now to field this latest Moriarty delivery turned in his direction by Northeast, whose powers of concentration I've mentioned a few times. Quite remarkable. And he's keeping it together still and just turning another Moriarty delivery in front of square on the leg side, picks up another single. 370 minutes, that is more than many people bat in an entire season at club level.
Oh, you've been watching me, have you?
314 deliveries for his 134, 15 fours. He's watching on though because Bevan's on strike. There's an appeal here. Moriarty down on bended knee. Nay, lad, says Mark Newell. There's not having that. It's there or thereabouts, but it's a bit lakeside-ish again, isn't it? They've got to try and find one to nail it. Moriarty, and again, Bevan this time gets the blade out in front of the pad. Turns it to Finley Bean at short leg. It holds the interest as we get closer and closer to the end. Moriarty's latest ball pushed back to him by Bevan. He's in double figures.
I think this is going to hold the interest for an hour or so after tea, at least, if not more.
Moriarty in again. Bevan steps back and plays an exaggerated leave to complete that over. They've been together for 59 minutes, the pair of them, for that 29-run partnership they've put together so far, but it's the time rather than the runs that really, really matter, although a few more of those clearly will help the cause as well, because it'll take longer for Yorkshire to knock them off if they get indeed into that position to do so.
Well, at the moment the Glamorgan lead just 60, and I suppose if they get 6 overs, they'd probably have a go at scoring 60, although Glamorgan could put everyone on the boundary if needed. Best bowls, Northeast is forward. The ball trickles back down the pitch.
Michael Hall's in the lower northeast stand, he says, and said that Root looked like he was hobbling a bit when he went off.
Yeah, perhaps just soreness after the long spell as Northeast steps back and plays it into the wide open spaces of the offside and jogs through for a single. Wonder if there's a feeling that Yorkshire are giving Northeast the odd single now, just to be able to bowl to the young man at the other end, Tom Bevan, and 10 not out, and turning that one into the leg side. They won't be bowling him for very long because he's taken a single off the first ball that he's faced in this over.
Giving him the odd single. They've given him quite a lot of those today, I would have said.
But previously it was just a question of field setting. Now it might be a question of we want to bowl at the younger man, as Bevan pushes it away through third man and says, come on, let's have a run. Northeast says, no, I'm staying here. As Lythe backtracked from slip, there probably was quite an easy single there, but Northeast, having been in so long, has every right to say, no, I don't want to run that much before tea. As Northeast is forward. 360 for 5. One more over before tea. One more ball left of this over. And Northeast turns it on the leg side gently to short mid-wicket. There's no run. 360 for 5. 3 minutes till the tea interval. 2 minutes to the tea interval now as the clock ticks to 15:38. And Glamorgan hearts will be lifted if they manage to survive this over and go to tea 5 down and 62 in the lead.
Oh, but the deadly Adam Lythe returns to the Yorkshire attack from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Golden arm.
Medium pace off spin. And there'll be the yelpometer will be reading quite high in the next 6 deliveries, I'm sure.
Well, I suppose the more occasional bowler, the more enthusiastic he gets with any half chance. Yeah, on the screen graphic down as opening batter, no mention of his bowling capabilities.
So final over before tea on the final day. Lithe, right arm over the wicket with his gentle tweakers. First ball there to Bevan, turned into the leg side, no run. Finley Bean under the lid at short leg. Harry Brook catching at the short mid-wicket. And Bevan getting off strike by turning this delivery square on the leg side for Best to come round and field. So Lithe versus North East. Now this would be a scalp for Adam Lithe. Can you imagine the changing room banter if he takes his wicket in this over? Floats one up outside off stump North East. Pushing into the offside, Masood round to field.
14-10 at the moment to Wilson in the snooker final. Kieran Wilson against Wales's Jack Jones.
Lithe to North East, rocking back again. Carbon copy of numerous shots he's played in the innings, pushes it out to Code, sweeping at extra cover. Another single, 2 to come in the over, and Bevan on to 12. Masood now makes a move, and he himself is going to go in at slip. I think that's the first time I've seen him take up that position. Root going round the corner at leg slip, and Lithe bowling to Bevan, who nearly has a peck at one down the leg side.
Don't do it, Sunshine.
He was tempted and pulled the bat away a little bit too late. Final ball of the session then. Lithe loops. Oh, he's got him, has he? Yes, he's got him. Final ball of the session. He's snuck one through straight in front. Bevan absolutely plumb, and no hesitation this time from Newell. And Adam Lithe, well, what did I say? With his medium pace off spin, he has done the golden arm act again. Bevan LBW to Lithe for 12 from 55 deliveries in 53 minutes, including 2 fours, and just keeping themselves in with a little bit of a sniff, Yorkshire. They've got a 6th Glamorgan wicket, 362 on the board. Don't go away. We have got a very interesting final session of this match in prospect. And maybe, just maybe, Sam North East and a bit of assistance from 1 or 2 of his lower order teammates standing between Yorkshire and a win. We'll see. Adam Lithe getting the accolades from his teammates as he comes off. And those who can see it again right now. But he's gone back. He just didn't read the length of that at all. And trapped in front. Thank you very much.
Well, it's been an agonising few hours for the visitors, and it will continue to be so for at least an hour yet, I feel, as Glamorgan just lead by 64 going into the final session. 4 wickets only in hand now. Can they hang out for a draw? We will find out with BBC commentary resuming at 4 o'clock.
Welcome back then, final session of this match, and Glamorgan 362.46, a lead of 64. New man
Dobbers to continue from the Howard stand.
walking out there along with Sam Northeast is James Harris, and we're going to have Don Bess to start from the Howard stand end. Nick just off doing an update for the moment. Back with us shortly. So Nasser and I will start proceedings for this final session then. Slip, leg slip, and Finlay Bean under the helmet at short leg. And there's Nasser.
Yep, and first ball, brand new over after tee, and it's Don Bess, comes into bowl to Sam Northeast. No run off that first ball. I'm out of breath as well.
Oh yeah.
God, yeah. Don't know what brought that on. Anyway, Don Bess,
Fit, lad.
I know, comes in next delivery, that's punched towards the onside, and they'll collect another single. How good was that last over? From a Yorkshire perspective, of course.
Well, it was a good wicket.
Yeah.
Any wicket's a good wicket, I think, from their perspective at the minute.
So yeah, certainly helped the Yorkshire cause. Yeah, it's Don Bess in again. And this next delivery just pushed out by Harris. Slightly darker than before, certainly clouds, as Don Bess comes in again. This next delivery just again pushed out, no run there.
We have, we may be able to hear on the effects, mate, we have some rumblings around thunder-wise coming in from the west and south.
Here's Don Bess, next one played out and fielded by Don Bess. Yorkshire keeping things tight. One more wicket here. In comes Bess again. This one played and an appeal. Now what happened there? Let's just have another look at that one. That just seemed to pass the bat, did it?
Yep, missed it. It just missed.
Just missed.
Off stump. Won't bowl him out if we had another day, says a Yorkshire CC grumbler. Paul Garside said it's chucking it down in South Bradford.
Oh no.
And Adam Lythe, he's going to try and pick up where he left off, and the last ball he bowled was of course the wicket of Tom Bevan right on the stroke of tee. He's got the Glamorgan skipper to try and dismiss here with the first ball of his afternoon session. Nick coming back in.
As that is turned away on the leg side by Northeast. No run, down to short, fine leg. The lights are starting to flicker into life. There is a distant rumble of thunder. But Lythe, the golden arm, continues. Gets a bit of turn, but Northeast is able to watch it onto the bat. Cracks it up to Masood at wide long off, and there is no run. Short leg, mid-wicket on the drive, and a slip for Lythe as Northeast looks to work that on the leg side. No run, too short mid-wicket. Lythe in, bowls, driven by Northeast. He wants a single this time off the fourth ball of the over. And he will take it. Harris just given a couple to play then at the back end of the over. And I wonder whether Northeast has now got to the stage where he thinks, right, I'm going to try and take the majority of these deliveries. Not that James Harris is incapable, but he is the new batter, and North East has been there all day. In fact, he's been there since the 18th over of this innings. Harris drives into the offside and will get a couple of runs off a thick edge. It's heading down towards the third man boundary. It'll be just saved inside the ropes. In fact, Moriarty slips but does well to keep it inside. And they have taken 3 runs there in the end. So no sign that maybe that North East is going to farm the strike, because he's happy just to take the last ball of the over, unless he can pinch a single from somewhere and Yorkshire bring in a couple to prevent that. They ought to have someone preventing a single on the leg side, and indeed they move out one of the close catches rather than moving in the deep mid-wicket. Lyth to finish this over then. Bowls, and North East does turn it away on the leg side and does jog through for the single that will retain him the strike. So Glamorgan lead by 70. North East has 139 to his credit. Harris is on 3. The men out today: Colin Ingram caught Masood bowled route for 113, Chris Cook bowled route for 8, and Tom Bevan leg before to Adam Lyth for 12.
Yeah, it's going to be Don Best now to continue. Yorkshire will look to one of their frontline spinners to take wickets, as well as the part-timers, Joe Root and Adam Lyth taking the wicket so far. Here comes Best. This next ball just pushed out in front of him by Sam North East.
Yeah, the seamers have only bowled 18 overs between them in this innings.
Just to mention, the lights are on here at Headingley. A bit more cloudier than it was before. A few dark clouds in the distance. So time as well, a key factor in this game as Best comes in. This next delivery is squarely cut by North East, quite comfortable.
Yeah, but asked by Ian Holmes about overs remaining, it's not going to go according to overs, I don't think. If they do play the distance, then it'll be, I believe, 16 overs from 5 o'clock, so the board may well reset at that point. That's my understanding anyway. Stand open to correction. It's not something that comes up very often.
As Best comes in, this next delivery is punched again into the offside. Squarish by Harris. He's looking quite comfortable, actually. No real major scares so far. And Best in again. This one neatly punched out in front of him along the ground into the leg side. And it's Best again. No run there for Harris. And it's the end of the over. So it's Glamorgan 369 for the loss of 6 wickets. Sam North East 140, holding everything together. Harris looks quite competent out there. With all due respect, he's on 3.
Yeah, 9 minutes survived then of the evening session. 3 overs already bowled, so Yorkshire rattling through them at 3 minutes and over with the spinners. Might be time for Glamorgan to engage in a few more discussions between overs as Lyth bowls and North East stepping back pushes it up towards deep extra cover. They'll jog through for a single. North East deciding at the moment that having the runs on the board and inching further ahead is an important factor, as well as trying to keep the strike, but he's happy to let Harris push on and push forward. Big appeal.
Oh, he's given him! He's given him!
Well, Harris cannot believe that. He looked to get a good stride in there, James Harris, and umpire Newell has given him out LBW. And for the second time in the match, James Harris marches off. Well, I'm sure he's seething privately for that, as Lyth claims a second wicket. and I'm not sure how that was given.
No, it looked as though it was going down leg side. Surely. Missing.
Well, there's all sorts of questions there. It looked as though it was
Outside
it
off.
spun a long way. Harris got forward, and well, I'm almost lost for words, but I was very surprised by that decision, as James Harris is gone and Yorkshire are very much back in it. 7 down, 370 for 7. And 72 runs in the lead, as Mason Crane will appear from beneath this.
Yeah, this game looking as though it's going to go down to the wire now, definitely.
The Bevan decision just before tea, there was no real doubt about it. He was back on his stumps. That one, Harris got forward. Looked as though he was hit outside off stump, and it was doing quite a lot.
Yep.
Hey ho, Sam Northeast calls for a towel down and a new pair of gloves from 12th man Andy Gorvin. And we'll have a lengthy chat now with Mason Crane as they decide on tactics, whether Northeast will try and farm the bowling, which I've been talking quite a lot about, but there hasn't been much sign of it so far.
But Mason Crane, as you said earlier as well, Nick, he can bat a bit.
Yeah, he got his first class half century in the most recent match at Northampton.
Yep. So he's no mug with the bat.
Indeed, it's Lythe with an unlikely 2 for 21 next to his name on the board. He's spun it quite a bit, and as the light darkens, the floodlights are definitely needed. The shadows are in play. And Lythe has got his tail up, and Mason Crane knocks the first ball away down towards backward square. No run. So Glamorgan with a lot of work to do if they're to save this match, as Crane pushes forward. Back to Lythe, who runs back to his mark. Yorkshire know that every moment could be precious, every ball they can get in to put the pressure on these Glamorgan tail-enders. Crane stretches forward and defends. You might have thought that getting forward on the front foot would be enough to save you. Apparently not.
It normally is.
Lythe in, Crane on the back foot manages to watch it carefully onto the bat. More applause, rightly, from the Yorkshire supporters for Adam Lythe, who I think is calling for a bit of a drink. So, who'd have thought it? Yorkshire coming into today needing 7 wickets, and 2 apiece have gone to Joe Root and Adam Lythe. Root, all right, he is a regular third spinner in this sort of lineup, with Bess and Moriarty not in the wickets so far today.
Yep, very unusual combination. Joe Root and Adam Lythe taking the wickets. Moriarty and Dom Bess have bowled for long spells, but no real breakthrough for either of them. As Northeast now faces up to Dom Bess, and he just pushes that towards the leg side. Next ball from Bess comes in, and again pushed to leg side, and Northeast in no hurry to take a single, keeping strike.
Yeah, you'd thought he'd try and play the first 4 balls at least of each over if possible.
Here comes Bess, and this again dabbled round the corner.
No. What do I know about this game?
And he has decided to take a single, has Sam Northeast, and he's going to leave 3 deliveries now for Mason Crane to face from Dom Bess.
And the vultures gather as another helmet appears on the field.
You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 close-in fielders.
Where are they going to go? Is it all point to the compass? George Hill is going to go to Silly Point. I do like seeing this, with 4 players almost in a square around the bat.
Yeah, Silly Point in there. There's looks like a leg slip, a slip in there as well as Best comes in. This next one pushed around the corner and it just hits the fielder on the leg side, close in fielder. He's wearing the helmet there. Pressure on the new batsman as Best comes in again. Pressure on Crane, but he manages to navigate that quite comfortably and takes a single. Yeah,
again, it doesn't look as though North East is going to farm the strike. I'm sure he will with McIlroy and Hamza, but North East facing the last ball of the over then.
And here is Dom Best comes in, and this last one just pushed out in front of him by Sam North East. So 372 for 7 now, Glamorgan, as the light, yeah, ever so darker than before, floodlights are on.
Are we going to see a light reading? It looks as though the umpires are going to consult on this.
That's interesting. Just throws another spanner into the works of this game.
I mean, the fact is that Yorkshire are going to bowl spinners pretty much non-stop, so they will be allowed to continue in terms of danger to the batters, because the only danger to the batters is getting out, not any physical dangers there would be if they were bowling the faster guys.
And they have got those 74 runs of Glamorgan as well.
Yeah, 75 in to win isn't an awful lot. If Yorkshire do get an hour to score them in, they'd be certainly very confident of scoring those in, say, 16 overs. So Glamorgan need to occupy the crease somehow. Oh, a flash of lightning, and that could be a spanner in the Yorkshire works.
And the batsmen look as though they're coming off now as well.
Yeah, if there is lightning in the vicinity, this is not going to be popular with the Yorkshire crowd, but the batters are marching off. They know the laws. And with lightning in the vicinity of the ground and a rumble of thunder, the umpires are obliged to bring the players off the field for safety reasons. And that will take a few more overs out of the game until such time as they're satisfied that it's safe again. Yorkshire look disconsolate. They're not in any hurry to run away from the lightning, but Sam North East, of course, as the captain, is fully aware of what's in the law book, and his former Hampshire colleague Mason Crane marching off alongside him. They have played together, of course, for Hampshire, so North East will be fully aware. There's another flash of lightning, which means that the umpires Ian Blackwell and Mark Newell are obliged to take them off until they are satisfied that there's nothing else in the vicinity. And as you can hear, a rumble of thunder means that the storms are very much in the area. So frustration for Yorkshire with Glamorgan 7 down, and Glamorgan given a temporary reprieve. But I think that if we do get back on in the next half hour or so, Yorkshire will want to continue to try and take any possibility of winning this match. And interestingly, there's no sign of the covers being brought on at the moment, so the umpires and ground staff are obviously believing that there's not a risk of a deluge anytime soon. So this is time that we're losing, not necessarily overs, because 18 overs remain in the match on the board. Yorkshire will look to push on if at all possible, and I think this is only going to be a temporary departure. But a few making their way home from the eastern side of the ground. they think that maybe this frustration will end Yorkshire hopes. Reminder of what's happened today. Glamorgan lost the wickets of Colin Ingram just after lunch for 113, caught at long off by Shah Massoud off the bowling of Joe Root. 113 for Ingram. Chris Cook hung around for 49 balls but made out just 8 before he dragged one onto his stumps off the bottom edge on Root's bowling. And then Adam Lyth striking either side of tee. Tom Bevan, plumb LBW the ball before tee, and James Harris given out LBW, less obviously plumb, shortly after tee. So Mason Crane is on 1 not out. Sam Northeast is on a 372 not out, 142 not out. The total 372 for 7. 74 runs is the lead. I don't think this is going to be the end of it, to be honest. Elsewhere today, in the first division of the County Championship, Lancashire against Kent. Kent reached their victory target, 166 for 3 to win by 7 wickets for the first time at Old Trafford in 27 years. Daniel Bell-Drummond led them there with 79 not out. Middlesex against Leicestershire, there was no play today because of rain at Lord's. In the women's Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, the Blaze 174 all out, Thunder 154 for 8. So an interesting finish in prospect there at Trent Bridge. And in Glamorgan's second 11 match at Edgbaston, Glamorgan are 255 for 7 with Zen Malik of Staffordshire on 101 not out, and Xavi Clark of the Cardiff University's setup made 67. That's quite a powerful Warwickshire bowling attack, including Craig Miles, who briefly played on loan for Glamorgan, as well as Jake Lintott. So no action out in the middle at the moment, so we'll leave it there for the time being here on BBC Sport Online, but we will be back with you as and when the players emerge.
You drive here, Dickie, by yourself?
Yeah, I've been driving, but I got someone to drop me today.
Oh yes, that's good.
Yeah, I'm driving, yeah. I'm driving. I'm driving, yeah.
That's locked.
Oh,
Is that locked?
look, fill this door. It's raining there, isn't it? Can you see?
That's a, yeah, definitely coming down there.
Aye.
See, can you see them? No. Those streets are dark. That's where it's raining. It's called a squall.
Yeah.
I see. There's 2 bands there.
It's not large enough.
No. That's just hanging over here. There's no wind. The flags are just flying at you.
No. far, Georgie, from Cardiff? What is that when you get going? On a, in a bus?
Yes, probably between 5 and 6. Yeah. Yes.
It's 40 to 1.
Yeah. They'll go down the 1 and 42. Just touch the M5 and then on to the should be. No, it's not the 6th one. It's not the 6th day, but there is it was an A road, but it goes right down. Yeah, yeah. I used to go down it. I don't remember what it was.
Yes.
Yeah. They say up here it looks quite right, but down there I think it isn't. No. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Well, one of the umpires just walked to the base straight away, and as soon as that happened, he walked off. Yeah.
The batsmen, they were taking chances.
No.
They fled.
That's right, they did.
And the
Yeah.
field was leaving.
Yeah, they did.
That's normal.
Yeah, that's true. They didn't even consult each other, the umpires. One walked to these bales.
Well, they have these gadgets.
Have they? Yeah, that's it probably, yeah. Yeah. Yes, we don't have rules, in fact, occasionally we only have one umpire in the second team.
On the South Ryder match, it was last on Saturday. What have you every match was
play cricket? Yes.
You've lost something.
Yeah.
Umpire. Chris Smith. Chris Smith. Won't enough umpires for me. Unless he's become it, but they wouldn't have it.
I would have thought so. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's a bit of a win now. See the flags got it was. This ground is moving. See, it's getting lighter now. But it's all, it's, you know, it's time. That's the thing now.
Hello, not a bit of cricket at the moment though out there in the middle, I'm afraid. Glamorgan 372 for 7. There's been a threat of some weather later on in the day that people have been talking about, and we heard some rumbles of thunder, and then there were a couple of flashes of lightning, and it's mandatory now that the umpires need to take the players off the field when that is the case. So the floodlights are on, but there ain't no one home at this moment in time. Glamorgan are 74 runs in front with 3 second innings wickets standing. We've only got until 6 o'clock to finish play here, and when they came off, I'm not sure. In cricket these things happen sometimes, knowing what the laws are in certain situations, and there was some suggestion that it might be half an hour before they are allowed to go back on. There is no more lightning. There hasn't been for a few minutes, but there's still a few rumbles of thunder around. So Yorkshire need 3 more wickets to give themselves a chance, but will there be enough time? It's not looking likely at the moment. No, we had plenty of sunshine earlier in the day, but the cloud has got increasingly lower and sort of darker in grey colour, and there's that muggy feel that you get before you have a thunderstorm. So yeah, it's been hanging around for a good hour or so, and sadly it's hitting us just at the wrong time when we were sort of looking for at an interesting finish.
It wasn't over.
I've never known him. I used to play for him. It wasn't over. There's some sad people who at school in the spectators hanging around.
No, I'm down here.
Yeah.
So open, no covers. Yeah.
Quite a few in the long rooms.
When there's been a shower at Plumber, the three of them have got umbrellas out and sat outside. We could have quite easily sat in the car, but we sat outside in our chairs with the umbrellas up.
Keeping the chairs dry.
Keeping us dry as well.
That's just two of them, right?
They're just two.
Did you see that lovely birthday film?
Yes. Yes, I did. Yeah. Who would have played? The clubs that play nowadays, isn't it? But they go to.
Yes.
Yeah.
The big national team there
Yeah.
promoted to national one. Whether that is North or South.
Yeah. Okay. For a long time, we used to have some good clubs to play.
Yes. to departing.
Yeah, it's not moving, is it? It's all clear all around.
And it's 4:45.
Yeah. More thunderstorms hit the UK as warnings issued 3 hours ago. Look at this. 1.5 inches of rain could fall in about 2 hours. That's a large part of England, Scotland and Wales. Heavy downpours could lead to flooding and travel disruption. Some areas up to 40 millimetres, and half the rain could fall into the valley. Warning that flash floods could happen. This could also lead to difficult driving conditions, some road closures and public transport delays. It's all where we are here. That's where we are. And the southeast as well.
Yes.
So I think
I think it will go today. I think it is.
yes. Yes, I think that's it.
Look at the time, I mean,
Well, it won't come back.
they wouldn't start now until 5 to the best.
Yeah.
And
Well, it's 4:02, yeah.
there's 10 minutes between innings, that's 5 past.
Yeah.
And it would take 25 minutes, surely, to take 3 wickets.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
that would be
God,
half.
yeah.
And then that gives us half an hour to score 80 runs.
Impossible.
Yeah.
It's impossible. Yep. Impossible.
That's it.
And confirmation, if you weren't already aware, that the match has sadly been abandoned, so no further play. 4:59 match off, and it will end in a draw. Yorkshire 16 points, the most they could get from that situation, and Glamorgan 10. Thank you for your company, folks. Thanks to Nasser Hanif for being our third voice for the last 3 days. And Yorkshire, well, they'll live to fight again with a trip to Sussex in a couple of weeks' time. Glamorgan,
Sussex home Friday.
Sussex, before that, they'll be at home, as you heard from Nick in the background there, on Friday. So, as I say, thanks for your company. Sorry we didn't get to play to a conclusion of cricket, but the weather has intervened yet again. I'll be back, as I say, down at Hove then a week on Friday. And from all of us here at Headingley, it's good night.